けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! レオンのカラム肌踊る限り揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波弾ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Playday 5 here for APAC North in APL, while Asia and OS have certainly got down, well, to only a handful of teams left in their quest for finals. As we come back to APAC North, and for you and I, Guz, the first time this stage that we get to see the region, certainly it lends itself now to that opportunity that we've seen Asia and Oceania go through. These games clearly have such a high significance attached to them in terms of Final Four aspirations. Really, Playday 5 onwards has proven, at least in the other two regions, where the games certainly matter the most.
Yeah, it's still very open as to where these teams could end up, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a significant shake-up as to who's in the top 4 currently and who may miss out. It is really quite close, much like the other sub-regions.
A feature round for tonight was from yesterday's game in Asia, which I think you probably could have made a compilation of feature rounds. It was at Haikal. Now, this was in overtime after Elevate finally got their first point of the stage. And this round in particular, really good entry, really good shooting, and well, not only got them to 7-6, but they were eventually able to close out 8-6, get their first win for the stage.
Yeah, you can see how much I meant to call in. We had the opportunity to have a chat with them. A team that, unfortunately, this particular stage hasn't gone their way, but there's potential for them going forward to do some damage. And again, with how competitive that region has been, I'm sure they'll only grow with time.
We'll go to the standings now. APAC North, of course, the show for today, and get a bit of a recap as to where, well, things do sit. No surprise to see CAG on top, Kinotrope in second, but tied with Fear X. A good bounce back stage for Fear X after what was a calamity of a kickoff. Really close towards the middle of the pack as well, when Scars D Plus aren't too far behind. D Plus at the moment actually sitting outside of the top 4. They're in that knockout zone. For True Main Telecom, for RRX, really must win probably all their remaining games from here. And Can You Be My Enemy struggling at the very bottom. Just 9 round wins from 4 play days.
Yeah, again, nothing's really necessarily officially locked in as to finals qualification or being unable to make the top 4, but there's certainly some teams with much higher chances than others, and today we'll probably see some of those top 4/bottom 4 positions locked.
Now, our wonderful production team has whipped up this cool strength of schedule graphic. 3 play days remain, and it gives a little bit of an overview highlight for which teams have the toughest of schedules. You kind of look at RRX down the bottom, where they got Kinotrope into D+, not great. Even for Can You Be My Enemy, D+, then into CAG. On the flip side, to those that are kind of around that sort of top 4 battle range, I think when you kind of look at D+'s schedule, it bodes well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. I think looking at D+, the next couple of play days for them should be a nice little warm-up for that Fear X matchup. And we'll see what that actually means in the context of that game, if it will actually determine top 4 or if they'd already be in that position by that point.
As for today's schedule, while the strength of the schedule does kind of give it away somewhat, this is a clearer picture. We start with Can You Be My Enemy at the bottom of the standings. Must win all their remaining games. Technically not knocked out just yet, but as they go to play D+ Kia first up, their tournament life is on the line. Trip Main Telecom versus Fear X. Again, I think a similar proposition. TMT are going to have to probably win that, otherwise it's going to be very tricky. Kinotrope Gaming versus RRX. They go in as the heavy favorites in that game. For RRX, again, must win. So it's a lot of the underdog versus the overdog in this situation, until you get to probably Scars versus CAG at the end of the night. That's going to be a fun one. For CAG will be the heavy favorites, but Scars so far 2-2 record throughout the stage. We'll see what they can do in taking it up against the region's best team.
Yeah, when I look at this schedule for me, it's basically every game is at least sort of a 75-25 in favor of the better team. So we'll see if we get an upset tonight. There's always that potential, and we have seen it in all of the other sub-regions that best of ones can be really volatile.
Our first matchup of the night will go to Can You Be My Enemy. Again, it's been a rough stage for them. Only the 9 round wins through the opening 4 play days. They do go up against a D+ team at the moment. 2 wins, 2 losses, only +3 round differential. Probably not firing on all cylinders for the Brazilians, so maybe an opportunity. But as you said, I think it's similar in terms of that there's probably a 25% chance here. And maybe for this matchup, it might even be lower.
Yeah, I don't quite know how to sort of frame this particular matchup or the trajectory of this team over the course of this stage. Unfortunately, I think they've kind of gotten that wake-up call that some of the other Challenger Series teams have had globally, or at least specifically in APL. We've seen typically the second-rated team from the Challenger Series find it a very difficult induction to the Tier 1 level, and I think if anything, it really just illustrates and demonstrates that the gap even between like a 5th, 6th rated team at a Tier 1 level, it can still be worlds above 7th or 8th, for example. So, look, another opportunity for them tonight to get a bit of a free punch. Whilst they aren't, I don't think, officially locked in the bottom 4, they are going to need some serious results. And if they can pull some points tonight, they'll keep themselves with their head above water. But unfortunately, that does look unlikely.
We'll go to their opponents, D+ Kia, the mighty Brazilians that have infiltrated the region, but now call it their home. Again, we looked at the strength of schedule. It starts tonight, really, where things might get a little bit easier for them. But looking back at sort of the play days that have already transpired, so they lost to Kinotrope Gaming. That was a a game that I think they probably needed to be more competitive in, only 3-7. And I also said that we hadn't done this region yet, but I now recall having done this region. And so I actually kind of remember this game, and Kindertrip kind of just blew them out the water. And I think for me, D plus Kia, this has probably been their worst stage so far up until this point. Things can change, certainly going into finals, since they first entered the region.
Yeah, I also had the pleasure of casting their 7-0 demolition of Trippy Telecom with Nick earlier in the stage. That was back in Playday 2. So they've shown that in these style of matchups where they are certainly the favored team, that when it clicks on the night, they can be dominant. And so for me, that's how I'm framing this matchup for D+. A team that typically takes these games very seriously. They won't be laxed in their approach. They should be well prepared. They'll look to play their game, of course, as opposed to playing into their opposition. And I think they'll back themselves in here to have a good night at the office. And again, much like in some of the other regions where round differential will potentially be impactful, or at least we thought it could be, for D+, they are trailing every team above them at the moment. So this is a good opportunity for them to actually boost their round differential and maybe jump across the likes of Scars and Fearax.
Yeah, and also just kind of figure things out, what's going wrong, how can we implement things a little bit better. This is a really good opportunity. I think that for D plus Kia, they've run home, as we saw in the strength of schedule, Can You Be My Enemy into RRX, so you're kind of playing two teams that are more towards the bottom of the standings. And then to close, you get Fearax, which is not a monstrous task like a CAG, certainly winnable, but also not particularly easy. That's then the solid warm-up going into finals, provided they make it. We'll go to the map VODs for this best of one.
Yeah, I do wonder what kind of map, particularly D+ are going to elect to try and play in this style of matchup. If they go to something comfortable, or if they do what like Weibo, for example, did not too long ago with throwing out different maps into the pool and kind of giving it a trial run. It will be Chalet as they elect to ban out Fortress last. As a reference point, D+ do typically not see Fortress, just the one play time in the last couple of months. A pretty fair balance between band 4 versus against, whereas Chalet 4 plays, and so they've got a decent pool of data heading into this matchup. Can You Be My Enemy, of course, have had a rough go of things, and in fact, over the course of the two maps that I've got recorded here, I don't know if maybe this is updated a little more since, but based on what I'm looking at, they had only won one round out of 15, so it's been a struggle map for them, but it's been a bit of a struggle stage.
Yeah, one of those was in kickoff, and the other was very as recent as about a week ago against Kinetro, where they lost 7-1. Chalet, only the one attacking round, nothing on defense, got torn apart. For D plus Kia, I think this is a good opportunity, as I said, to probably go to a map where you can have a bit of freedom, certainly on the attack, the way that you want to push in, execute, maybe use a bit more of that map space if you want to try and find kills, isolate some fights. But then also on defense, there's that mix of structure, verticality, but then also the ability to roam. Chalet kind of lends itself to being a little bit of a free-for-all based on what you want to do with the map. You can certainly make it happen. So I think that's a good map for D+ in this, clearly based also on what their opponent has provided on the map, as you kind of touched on, 0-2, and in that only the one round for Can You Be My Enemy. This will be the perfect launchpad, really, I think, for D+ Kia to kind of just spring towards finals. If we go on a should-win basis, I think you could kind of give this a tick to D+, then same with RX. That would put them on 12 points going into the Fearax game. There's every world in which by that point they've either already qualified or might not need much anyway against Fearax. But what I will say is they certainly do need to win this. Like, they cannot afford to slip up against the team that's dead last 0 points everyone else is beating. Otherwise, then their chance of top 4 could almost go out the window. So there is a small hint of pressure as we get into the game. Our first for the night, played a 5 of APL, APAC North. It's the Brazilians, though, are very much the favorites. Can You Be My Enemy are looking for their first point. I don't know if it's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, that discussion surrounding D+ and Fearax as that final game for the stage, it could be very interesting. There's every world in which Fearax beat Trippy. I think that's very much expected. Next playday, though, they have Scars. That's potentially a danger game for them. And if D+ go on and win their expected matches over the next couple of playdays, that means that going into that final day, it would be basically the tiebreaker between the two. Now, it's impossible at this point to say if that would be a qualification game. They could both be safe at that point. They probably will both be safe at that point, I imagine, but it could be an interesting position that they find themselves in. And I totally agree that this particular playday and next, it's a launchpad moment. They'll just go in, get the job done, and they'll be looking to try and replicate that success like Playday 2. A really good example against Trippy, an opposition that arguably is a little more challenging than the one they should face tonight. There was a 7-0 from them. Can you be my enemy? Unfortunately, have been having troubles and issues, and Chalet not exempt from that. So we'll see if maybe tonight has a different flair, different flavor about it. But D+, especially starting out on defense, I expect them to do well here and kind of try their best to manage the map early and try to crush the confidence of their opposition.
Yeah. I mean, I think everything on paper suggests this should be one-sided, but sometimes the paper doesn't always leap onto the screen. And there's always that hope that we can see the teams that are struggling do well. D+, though, when they sort of made their way into APAC North, into the APL region, what they kind of brought was a lot of structure. I just wonder if that's just been lost a little bit over time. Again, this has easily been their lowest performing stage since their arrival into the region. So they've got some catching up to do. On the flip side, CAG have been their usual self, I guess, in this region, where they're just very dominant. I think that for D+, if they win this, but it's scrappy, 7-4, 7-5, it's a win, but it does still leave me with maybe still some more questions than answers. I really need to see them win this dominantly for their sake, but then also for BME. Can they be competitive? So far, Goppy's the first one to take some damage on the Blackbeard. Jugger payload onto Falls. He'll enter that corn. BME, as we referenced before, have played this twice this year, only the one attacking round. They also now get the opening death onto their Dokkaebi of Koromomo, and Goppy's down on the Blackbeard. Perfect start for D+ on the defense.
Yeah, it could be a flawless first round here from D+, and BME, I think we're trying to cook up with the Amaru in this round. Evidently not really put in a position to actually activate her, given they lost those first 2 picks before the grapple hook really had an influence in the round. And so for Marimo, it's an opportunity to try and pad the stats a little bit. There's not really a whole lot they'll be able to discuss after just the 1 round played. This is also going to kill any speedrun effort from D+ in this matchup. Not that I anticipate this to be quite on the Weibo level of dominance as we saw last night. I mean, maybe they will just take it as attack timeout. I'm pretty surprised. It's so early in the game. Let's just get on to the next round, lads.
Well, I mean, we had the fun last night with the sub-25 Weibo game. Luckily, we didn't see anything like that, or we would have lost that fun pretty quickly. Falls gets the kill. Flawless for D+. Yeah, it's one of the trickier parts with, I think, Rainbow Six. When, it's a 1v5, there's like well over a minute left. You're clearly not going to be able to win it, and you're just sitting outside on the roof. No real way in. What are the best things you can do? I mean, the old adage of just give it a try is, I think, more often than not what happens, and then you have the potential attack timeouts. But a lot of that's usually if, the game is 5-4 and it's a close game and it's an important game. Yeah, then I think by all means you should absolutely take that inadvertent time and break. But at this point, it's opening round doesn't go your way. Probably best to just get into the next round. Good start, though, for D+ Kia. And that's the kind of rounds that you probably want to have, I think, coming into this game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh.
We lost our observer.
Attackers have located a bomb.
No, we should be good to...
We have 2.
Resume. Yeah, we got the backup. It's not like the old days. Yeah, over to bar then for round 2. Certainly a positive start for D+. And essentially perfect in being able to disrupt the style of play that BME were looking to exploit there. It seems like they'll probably shape up for something else that's pretty direct here. The sense is going to be typically used for the double games vault. Can be used above though. Sometimes we'll utilize it as a way to help make it more challenging for the defense to retake above. It enables the repel cutoff to be even stronger. And we'll see what they elect to go for here. Blackbeard also selected the only primary shield now remaining as D+ took off the Monty and the Blitz as they look to roam around the map pretty extensively.
Searching for electronics.
Just the way that BME are kind of approaching the first 2 rounds, at least, there is that level of hesitation, maybe anticipating D+ to get aggressive and go for peaks. Ooh, speaking of, there it is. But it's more well timed by D+, so they don't go straight away. They're not doing it in the first 20, 30 seconds, guys. It's more that 50 seconds to a minute mark. Lull BME into wasting a little time expecting it and then try and catch them at the right time. It's very difficult now for BME without the Sens and the Capita. You're losing so much utility that you're bringing for a reason. That reason's now null and void. And your Blackbeard's gone down too. I mean, this is a little too easy right now for D+.
Yeah. Been a very clean start, and it could actually end up being back-to-back flawless rounds to begin here. And it's not going to do a whole lot of good in padding the stats of BME on this map. As I mentioned before, it's certainly not been their map this stage.
It's all clear around me.
The Solid Snake and the Dokkaebi is still available if they could try to isolate a defender or two. Not an impossible position, but highly improbable. Big presence still on the second floor here from D+, and Almidi's in a perfect spot to counter this eventual fireplace lurk. Asphalt needs to be essentially silent, which in the new sound engine is very, very hard. And there we go. D+, flawless back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and this is the problem as well, unfortunately. When you're a team that's struggling and you're not getting a lot of success, and you might be sitting back and watching this, well, why would BME then go to Chalet? We're talking about these kind of statistics, 0-2 record, 1 round in 2 matches. The unfortunate reality is those statistics are applicable to all the maps in the pool, except for the ones that are on their ban list. So you've got your own perma ban list. Then you got the maps that you're happy to play, but you still don't have good results on. And then you got the maps that you're like, okay, we wouldn't really want to play maybe Chalet. But that's just the way the veto went. By the time we've gotten rid of the maps that we don't want to play, they've gotten rid of the maps that maybe we're somewhat okay to play, but we're still not necessarily winning out anyway. Then you get to Chalet, and so your map pool's just not in a healthy position. And it's then also, if you do have a map, which they don't, unfortunately, but if let's say they had one map that they were actually really good on or pretty good on, a winning record, well, that's just going to get banned. It's an easy ban for D+. It's just one ban, and so, well, we'll just get rid of the one map they can play anyway. And then you end up back in the same situation. But no kills, 2 flawless rounds, and yeah, this is not a great start.
Changing mags.
There's nothing really to suggest it's going to change. There's not much to look to and say, yeah, well, if this happens or that happens or this site. Yeah, I mean, this should be D+, just basically getting a warm-up for tomorrow. To then warm up for Play Day 7.
I was going to say, it's the warm-up for the warm-up.
To then warm up for finals.
So util dump soul aside, range hard breach covered by the smoke. So don't mind some of the ideas cooking here from BME, looking to pressure out these vertical defenders. And Nears has found himself in a pretty awkward spot. We'll see if BME can actually punish this. Exposed to double window, exposed to solar.
Oh, Claymore. That's one way to stop the aggression from the better team. So, I mean, they're already planting, but surely Falls can deny this, yeah. That's when you're just trying to rush and hope that by causing a lot of disruption through solar top floor, that we can then maybe try and sneak the plant. It did get a little bit of that trophy control. Credit to Nears for actually having the wherewithal to push over towards trophy. Flash does nothing with the glasses activated. Pops, but the glasses deactivate. Poor timing there on popping the extinguisher. Glasses will recharge. He is low, but I mean, Falls is still in the best position here. I don't know how BME are going to be able to get any kind of plant against the Solus, sitting Dining. They've got no real pressure on the other side of Dining. Asvel's trophy. Merimo's still outside the building. Double stack trophy. So, I mean, this is just going to have to be, you're going to need to both hit a clean headshot, make it a 1v2. It's the only way to win it. And 2 are upstairs. So, I mean, this is really well set up from D+. You're just giving them nothing. You're relying on Falls to be able to deny plant. Otherwise, the other 2 are above. Force them to either have to go up above to deny the vert.
Oh, Flame doesn't land either. And now they'll run straight into Falls. 30 seconds. He'll tuck. Bit of info above from Muzi. Tuck position from Falls works an absolute treat. Traded eventually, but...
The vert.
Yeah, 1v2 vert.
He's trying to get as far away as possible. Use the bomb chassis a little bit to help. Even if he does get the plant... actually...
hold on.
I mean, Near's got kind of a little bit quick there on the drop. And was low on health. Asphalt forces now the 1v1. A slight little hiccup here from D+. And this is now winnable. Asphalt's done a good job to punish that mistake by Nears. Didn't push with Muzi. There was enough time on the clock. Didn't need to rush him. And Muzi does win the 1v1. But yeah, that was winnable for Asphalt. I mean, as good as D+ are, as a collective, as a team, I mean, these are still pros. In a 1v1, that's winnable for Asphalt. Playing behind the bomb chassis, he hits a headshot and he could win the round. That got a little bit dicey, a little bit close for D+.
Yeah, the problem solving there at the end from Can You Be My Enemy was certainly not the worst. Bit of the util-laring didn't quite work out, but getting it back down to a 1 versus 1 was still pretty admirable. Unfortunately for Asphalt, had to reload his primary, which I think just was a little off-putting. Then allowed for that space to be created by Muzi, who didn't overpeak and overplay his hand. Does a good job to win out that duel. Solus, which has been mainstay for the last couple of rounds, will be banned out, and D+ will round off the shields by also taking Blackbeard out of play.
I mean, Falls probably could have won this 1v1. Just went for the reposition. As I said, I mean, decent problem solving. You know, there's 2 up above. They tried to flame them so they couldn't rush back down trophy stairs, push down towards site, take the 2v1. 1 goes down, you get the trade. And the only reason why that became close was the low health Nears just dropped hatch a little too early. Still 13 seconds on the clock. They know he's planting, but even if it becomes a post plant, he's not really going to get out of dining. And then you're going to push together, and then it's just another 2v1 where you can play the trade game anyway.
5 seconds left before insertion.
3-0 for D+.
Attackers must
I mean,
locate and defuse a bomb.
maybe could have got the stopwatch out for this game, to be honest. Looking ahead to the other games that we've got tonight, this probably is the most one-sided, I think. I think your assessment of the other games, at least being that sort of 75-25 splits, more apt for those games. This one, I probably looked more as a 90-10, and even that's been quite generous. I think maybe getting lulled in a little bit by the poor form of D+ this stage, but still, I mean, the gap, even a poor form D+, the gap should still be quite large to BME.
So Snake, Dockerby, Deimos this round from BME, looking to lean very heavily into info, then double hard breach complementary, so they can open up some of these library lines of sight or into office Huffle itself. D+ not really playing into this with the 5-stack second floor. Marimo falls first, so it's just the 2 summers remaining here on the ace, which, as you can see, have already been disrupted once. We'll see if that summer is a success. There's elsewhere util layered library, which is still firmly in the grasp of the defense. Deathmark there causing some complications. Pressure from Asphalt's good, but he's getting counter regressed. D plus playing well off one another. Goppy playing into the mirror. This is not going to end well. Very low percentage. Needs help from Fireplace. Asper falls down the hatch. That's not great. And D plus in another very dominant position.
Well, I think it's pretty evident that Niers has been given that license to be the aggressor in this game. He's gotten 3 out of the 4 opening kills. Now, it looks like he might die for the second time, but that just kind of comes part and parcel with kind of being given that license. You're the aggressor. You're the one who's going to take a lot of the gunfights. They're backing him in to win those, and he's doing that. Now, he's found 3 opening picks. And you look at the time of these opening picks. So 213, 214, 149. So as the defensive team on Chalet, to be getting these early kills clearly says to me that he's searching for them. Because BME aren't exactly rushing in. They're not looking to play that aggressive.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And back to normality there with that 4th round where it's very, very comfortable again for D+. So flawless, then not funnily enough a 1v1, then 4 alive. Round 3, clearly the outlier. And 6 and 2 now for Niers. And
it's been a pretty well spread
too,
performance.
where he can be aggressive on. So twice he's played the castle. So you set your barricades, go run off. You play your Rooney, set your soy gates, DMR, run off. The one round they actually almost lost was when he was on the warden and kind of stuck towards bedroom and a bit more of a set position.
Very aggressive spawn pick attempt here from Niers double library. That's Goppy outside over towards backyard. He was aware of it, but elects not to contest. Midi does take a fight elsewhere through front door. As D+ don't shy away from continuing to aggress here. Deathmark deployed onto Levy, who's also being called by Koromomo. He just eats that, takes the HP chunk of damage, and he will no longer be able to be called for the remainder of the round. Stacked solar side trophy stairs for BME.
I mean, this needs to be a better site, I think, for BME in terms of just... They lost this last time flawlessly. But this is the site you should be able to get 5 into the building, sweep across, play together, keep everything compact, have numbers for the trade game, overwhelm some of these more set positions. They actually do get the opening kill. Now, Koromomo got downed, brought back up. Now they lose Goppy altogether. The Solid Snake eliminated. This is at least a little bit more of a contest because D+ are happy to kind of play into this with a bit more of aggression. There's Niers. Solar side clears up. I mean, he got a little bit tired of waiting and just completely disrupts this attack of BME. Aswell did a decent job down below in the first floor, as he probably should on the Deimos. You know that D+ are not going to be completely playing on sidebar games the way that you would conventionally see it, and they kind of read into that well. But, I mean, this is demoralizing because they're just losing this based on gunfights, and D+ are happy to play Chalet in this way. I mean, again, I think the assessment of the way that Chalet can work is we're seeing a little bit more of the aggressive side of what this map can tailor to. But if we were to be watching 2 high-end teams at 6 Invitational, it would be a completely different game. It'd be far more structured.
Yeah, I like that from Niers late round. He got a little sick and tired of waiting around, and he just pushed forward and was able to lock in the round for D+ in a match that has so far been right up there as the most one-sided in APL this stage. It's been just a complete demolition job from D+.
Well, this is why yesterday I had to go at you for saying sub 30 is 0.1%. You see it once a stage. I think you need to change your metrics a little bit. Maybe sub 25 is the
yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Like we don't have the timer for this, but this is definitely going to be sub 25.
Defuse a bomb.
So, you're a big shot, huh? Let's put a pin in that.
Yeah, I think it's been roughly 18 to 20 minutes so far, so it's gonna be very close.
Well, it's 7:22 local. The game started at 7, so we've had 22 minutes of real time, and that's including ban phase, etc.
I think it's been slowed down a little bit by the fact that D Plus are waiting for BME to map entry. That's why it's always optimal to be starting on attack if you're going for the any percent.
I mean, but, you know, this is what you wanted out of D plus. They had to win in this kind of fashion for their own sake. As unapologetic as it is to BME, this is a good sign. D plus still have this kind of venom in them that they can completely decimate the lower end opposition within the region. Despite maybe losing some of the battles against the more top end teams this stage, this is a good reminder of the quality that is on this team. They get another opening kill. Second go will sit out the rest of this half. It is the final round of the half. It's like it's come and gone pretty quickly. Levy does go down on the castle. Anytime it feels like BME might get a kill or two, this just ends up happening, and 6-0 in a pretty quick fashion is now a firm reality. Flawless half from D+. I mean, they've done everything perfect. Very little mistakes. Certainly no mistakes as an overall team. As Koromomo eventually goes down. 3 flawless rounds in the half, 2 rounds with 4 alive, and just 1 round that was close with the 1v1. 6-0 and a short break.
That initial love, all the goosebumps, those flutters in my gut, turn into disgust. What a waste of love, babe. I just wanna go back to how it was, lay in each other's arms all day, all day. Send me gifts just because. Tell me where we went wrong. Started out as homies, ended up as lovers. How'd it get so ugly? Can't we rediscover, baby, what it was? Or let's be honest, it was just a love bomb. You were so romantic, we were picture perfect. So much freaking passion, why we never got it back, babe? It was just a love bomb.
Yeah, trying to get you out my thoughts today. Still chained to you when I walked away. Still chained, you know it'd be hard to break, cause I kept it way too real to automate. I wanna talk to you for my conscience sake, trying to make my mind and body cooperate. Used to have some shots to give for ones you take, but then I took them all to heal and lost the way. Got me riding around listening to Marvin Gaye, reminisce what was, cause now it ain't. And through my mind I trail for hours till it all devours. I'm amongst the prowlers on your page. See how you spend the days without eating me inside, that I'm phasing out, but I plays it, and it drains me. I done made some, but it pains me. You want the real from me, here it is, here it go. I want you dead to me, head gone real slow. I want you here with me, bad, I'll let it go. But I can't have both, I'm done. I hope this love a bum that's gonna blow. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. Out of state, out of mind. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. Out of state, out of mind.
Or let's be honest, it was just a love bomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Very short break, and well, I imagine we're going to be ending this game in just under 3 minutes' time. If D Plus have their way. Unfortunate for BME, they've run into a D Plus team tonight that's pretty locked in, not making any mistakes, well drilled. A good combination of aggression mixed with strategy and structure, and it's clearly proving to be ultra successful.
Yeah, there's honestly not really a whole lot to be able to fault D plus on for in this matchup. They really have in every phase of this map looked really, really solid. Very few mistakes, if any. And the only close round being that 1 versus 1. Outside of that, a bunch of flawless and 4 live rounds, which have been incredibly lopsided. BME to choose Bar for their opening attack. They'll bring the opening defense rather. They'll bring the clash this round. Interesting lineup for D+. They're looking to probably lay util on site with the Capital. Midi will probably likely then lurk for information, and Kali as well is an interesting inclusion if they wish to stick it. But I'm expecting D+ here to keep it pretty compact. I'd be surprised if they invest a lot on the lurk or the offsite clear. They do elect to bring Bravo late. There's of course the BPC and the EDS devices on the side of BME. And the default cameras here on this particular map are actually pretty potent if you can hack those as well. Midi already getting info fireplace at the moment, it would seem, and that forces the default to be shot out. So that opens up a pathing through front door, for instance. And it could actually be something that Niz looks to exploit. Maybe they just run straight into side here. Go for the vault and dash.
Oh, wow. You won't get many easier kills than that if you're Niz. Hasful too busy looking up above when he was the one. He's just straight into bar stock. Now the Monty was sorry, not the Monty. The Clash was starting to push back down Highbury stairs and then goes back up. Niz has got sight.
Where is everyone?
Where is everyone? And when I say everyone, I mean where's all the D+? Where's all the defenders? Niz is just completely by himself right now.
They have no idea. They have no idea.
No, well they have to have an idea. He killed the player inside a bar.
Their positioning suggests that either they don't care or they don't know. I'm not sure.
What? Yeah, it's one or the other. It's done anyway. Oh, D+, speedrun territory. Well, we're going to get to speak to Falls. I'm curious to see what his thoughts on this game was. Yeah, Levy left scratching his head because that just felt like Copper versus Emerald. I mean, when I say Emerald, I mean...
Well, Emerald's pretty harsh to D+. Jeez, you're going to cop some flaming for that.
I don't know why I said Emerald. I didn't mean D+ were Emerald. More so if an Emerald team would have played Copper, but I mean, I should have just said D+ versus Copper. I should have just said that. I don't know. This was a weird game. 7-0 BME, just never a chance.
Yeah, that was pure domination, and I would have felt like by this point of the stage, you and I would have been well adjusted to some dominant games because we've had our fair share of 7-1s, 7-2s, etc. But this was genuinely on a whole nother level. Just the pure one-sided nature of every single round, except for that dining 1 versus 1 was really phenomenal. D+ played very disciplined, didn't mess around, no trolling, played really well as a team. And I think they'll be pretty pleased with their approach. And again, the big takeaway as well is the 7-0 now gives them a massive boost in round differential, which may not necessarily be a tiebreaker that they need towards the end of the stage, but it's a nice backup if it is required.
Yeah, 5 alive, 5 alive, 5 alive, 4 alive, 4 alive. I didn't quite get the last round, and the game's ended, so the data's not updating. But yeah, it was, I mean, literally one round that was actually close, and the rest of them were not even close. Interestingly enough, the opening kills, there were at least 2 rounds that BME were able to get to opening picks, but yeah, there's just nothing on the statistics to suggest that this game had anything other than just a total beatdown attached to it. So for D+, job done. Great for the round differential, might I add, considering how close the region's looking at the moment, and also great to just pick up the 3 points, and great to also just, yeah, clearly have a nice little, I guess, 30-minute firing range practice. I don't know what else to say. They play again tomorrow against the RRX, which I don't think will be as dominant as tonight was, but I still think they'll win probably tomorrow comfortably if they play to this level, because they were sensational. We'll go to Falls for our interview off of the win, 7-0. Congratulations, Falls. I don't know really what to say. That was just incredibly one-sided, but I do want to ask, on a fundamental level, what do you as a team take away from a game such as that? Clearly, it's been a stage where I don't think you guys would have been too happy to be where you're at currently, but to get a win like that in that fashion must feel good.
Yo guys, hello. Yeah, it feels good. Show that we had a great preparation for the game, and yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, talk us through maybe a little bit of that preparation. Is it tactical really in this kind of match still, or is it more so focusing on the mentality and ensuring that you guys were disciplined? Because for me, that was one of your biggest strengths in this matchup, just super disciplined, no trolling. Was that more so the focal point, or was there actually deep strategy for this kind of matchup?
To be honest, I think it's a group of all things. I don't like the strat part is always important. Depending on the team we're playing against, we're already doing the same thing as like the preparation that we do is all like be playing FaZe Clan or we can be playing like my enemy. It's gonna be the same. So the strat part is important, but we try to give like a more closer look for discipline, as you guys said, and I think it worked pretty good. Not even taking a round, so yeah, it was pretty good.
Obviously, you had the 2 losses earlier this stage against CAG, against Kenotrope, so probably not where you would want to be. But do you kind of look at the last 3, well, I guess now last 2 games as a way to sort of regain some form, refine yourselves a little bit before finals?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a good point to lose in the middle of the stage, because I truly believe that we learn a lot more from losses than we do with the wins. So I really believe that it's better to lose now than lose in playoffs, for example. So we are taking like those losses really on a what is the word? Like not worrying too much, We were like we lost those games, and we are studying a lot. We are seeing where are the points that we missed on those games, so we can improve and be like really ready for the playoffs. So that's our mentality right now, like just fix the mistakes we had and be like 100% better for the playoffs.
Well said, Falls. Thank you so much for coming and chatting with us. Won't keep you any longer. Go and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thank you. Well, that was speedrun territory in terms of the actual match and, well, the overall first game. 34 minutes from the start of the game to now, and coming up soon, Tripmain Telecom versus VRX.
Yeah, let's hope that was the most one-sided match of the night. I'm not going to be... I don't want to sound too rude or abrupt, but there is potential for a couple more of these games to be a little bit lopsided, but hopefully not quite that extreme, right? D+, to their credit, played really well tonight. Interesting to hear that their approach for, versing the best of the world versus bottom of the league is the same. And I think that kind of mentality and approach actually really helped them tonight. And as well, adding on top of that, more satisfied that they're losing during the group stage and they can take those learnings into playoffs. And that's exactly the kind of form line that a lot of teams would want.
All right, well, 1 in the book already. Tripmain Telecom, VRX on the other side. Don't go too far because tonight might be a quick one.
안녕하세요. 저는 레인보우 식시즈 프로게이머 하퍼고요. 에이펙 노스 지역에서 활동하고 있습니다. 제가 게임을 처음 시작하게 된 건 이제 가족의 영향이 제일 컸고요. 그 중에 특히 집에서 부모님 둘이서 이제 컴퓨터 2대를 가져다 놓고 같이 게임하는 걸 매우 좋아하셨고, 이제 집에도 플레이스테이션 2, 3, 1까지 다 있었어가지고 뭐 자연스럽게 그런 환경의 영향을 받은 것 같고요. 제가 제일 처음 했던 게임은 메탈 기어 솔리드 2였고 제가 제일 좋아했고, 뭐 컴퓨터도 있었어가지고 뭐 RTS, FPS, TPS 정말 여러 장르를 하면서 이제 FPS 할 때가 제일 즐거웠던 것 같습니다. 근데 저한테는 8살 아래 남동생이 있고, 남동생한테도 레인보우 식스를 추천을 해서 같이 해봤었는데 한 중학교인가 초등학교 6학년 때 생각보다 잘하고, 제가 게임 지식만 알려주고 뭐 에임은 저보다 반응 속도나 이런 건 좋더라고요. 피가 이어져 있는지 모르겠는데 그래가지고 생각보다 즐겁게 했었어요. 스트레스도 안 받고 좀 못해도 귀여우니까. 특히 저희 아빠가 클라우드9에서 제이가 왔다는 소식을 듣고 제가 어떻게 할지 고민하는 척 연락을 해봤는데, 오히려 부모님이 더 좋아하시면서 절대로 해라, 너 이거 안 하면 너 끝이다 하면서 무조건 하라고 등 떠밀어 주셨던 기억이 있습니다. 아직 국제전 우승은 없어가지고 막 그렇게 특별한 기억은 없는데, 그래도 막 국내 대회 우승하거나 해외 진출한다고 했을 때 막 부모님이 막 회사 사람들한테 자랑하거나, 그리고 막 제 프로필 사진을 메신저 프로필 사진으로 바꿔놓는다거나 막 그런 건 보였어. 민망하기도 한데 뭐 한편으로는 좀 뿌듯하기도 하고 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 들은 얘기로는 본인한테 들은 얘기로는 운동선수 쪽으로 간다고 하고 e스포츠 커리어는 뭐 저랑 같이 게임했다 정도밖에 없는 것 같아요. 좀 복합적인 것 같은데 그래서 저는 레인보우 식스를 플레이하기 전까진 다른 게임에서 경쟁심이라는 걸 딱히 느껴본 적이 없었는데 이제 이 게임을 시작하고 나고 이제 저보다 약하다고 생각하는 사람들한테 지거나 할 때부터 약간 막 가슴에서 좀 불이 나는 듯한 느낌이 들으면서 이게 뭔가 계속 열심히 하는 게 이제 꾸준히 반복되다 보니까 이렇게 된 것 같네요.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the code, breaking it right to the door. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that would be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes in. Sevens! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the
impact. He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the concentration! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesky gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Nestle, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
Believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
So we continue on here for Playday 5 of APAC North APL. Heading into our second matchup of the night, we turn our attention from what was an incredibly one-sided affair, guys, to a game that certainly has repercussions. I mean, VRX sit on 9 points inside of the top 4. They're in a really good place, really good position. But Triple Telecom, they want to get into that top 4. They want to catch up. And to do so, they really do need this win.
Yeah, they absolutely need this win, but unfortunately for them, it is looking like an uphill battle. Chippy, Main Telecom, they have unfortunately been on the receiving end of a couple of beatdowns so far this stage, and they'll be hoping that this isn't another one to add to that list.
We've got a little custom graphic that was cooked up behind the scenes by a wonderful production team. So, Soldier, Ryder, Yun Sang facing their old organization, taking on the former team.
Yeah, these guys are super talented as well. Soldier, to me in particular, stands out as a player that has shown a lot of good prowess at a regional level and even internationally at times as well. So, yeah, I think I'll be looking at him in particular to be a difference maker inside of the server tonight.
And we move on and we'll look at the VRX roster first up to get a bit of an idea. Of course, they've been playing relatively well at this stage. They decimated RRX back on the opening day 7-1. They also defeated Kinatrope. The only loss they've had so far was against CAG back in play day 3. They did dispatch of Can You Be My Enemy 7-3 last week. With a very strong second half on their defense, going 4-0 to close that one out. So they've had a pretty good stage up to this point. They were, of course, beaten by CAG. That was their first real, I guess, test for the stage. And as they look to the end of their stage now, Tripmain Telecom into Scars, into D+. For me, really, this game and tomorrow, I think is going to determine their fate, really making top 4. Win those 2 games, you're probably going to qualify.
Yeah, I have a pretty positive outlook, I think, on this team, given the results they've been able to produce so far, and that loss being at the hands of CAG doesn't raise too many huge concerns. You could argue that the scoreline being 3-7 against them was pretty disappointing, but I don't foresee a world in which VRX do not make the top 4. In fact, if they hit their stride and play at their best for the remainder of this group stage, I could envision them finishing maybe even as high as second. So I'm pretty hot on VRX at the moment. This kind of matchup, though, they need to prove that it's one they can go in and just get the job done.
But Tripmain Telecom, well, they started their stage against Can You Be My Enemy. They got that win. Unfortunately, that's the only win they've been able to achieve since. They got a 7-8 result against RRX. That means they only walked away with the 1 point, so they missed out on that opportunity to probably cement themselves as a genuine top 4 contender. And then in their bigger matches, D+ and CAG, they only picked up a single round against those two, so 14-1, 7-0 against D+, 7-1 against CAG. And I think that really is the tail of the tape for them, which is probably bottom 4-esque team, unable to really beat the real high-end quality caliber teams, but probably better than the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Trippy are not to be ruled out of the top 4, but I think it's going to be certainly a challenging prospect to reach that level, where they've looked good in a few moments and a couple of these matches so far, but it's still partially too early to call, I think, if they can make top 4, but equally I'm not super confident on their ability to achieve that. It's a tough road home for them, and so this match is very much one where they need to get some points.
Let's go to the map veto for this game, and I've already had a little bit of a sneak peek. I've done this quite a few times this stage, but I can't help but have a look, and it's certainly an intriguing one as we go to the roulette between Cafe and Consulate. In the end, it was VRX that had the opportunity between the two maps, and in between the two maps, there's actually no real difference. Neither team having a successful record on either Cafe or Consulate, so we get kind of a map where both teams are really happy. For VRX on Consulate, actually a 0-3 record, but I add the caveat that their record is predominantly from the start of the year and previous. Nothing since the last 140 days. They've had roster changes, so they get to go and see what life is like with the new team on Consulate. Let's get underway. Tripmain Telecom will begin on defense for our second game of the night. VRX looking to lock up a top 4 spot. Win here will get them pretty close to achieving that for TMT. Must-win territory.
Yeah, it very much feels like an important match for both of these two teams, but VRX undoubtedly go in as firm favorites. I expect some resistance here from TMT, but VRX should be better of the two squads. Attack will be a good test for them in historically a region, and on this style of map, they can sometimes find that to be a challenge. So if they are able to come out of the gate strong here, maintain or establish some good tempo and some good pressure, and force Trippy Main Telecom into an uncomfortable position, I think that's where we could see Fearx thrive, as the bans are complete. Kaid, Goyo, Grim, and Deimos.
I tell you, I'd be very surprised if we get a game like we just had before in this one. I mean, VRX are a good team. I don't know if they're CAG, D+ sort of level. And for Triple Main Telecom, I mean, this is the thing though. For Triple Main Telecom, they did get 7-0'd by D+. They did get 7-1 by CAG. So if VRX are the real deal and want to contend with the big boys, do they have to do something similar to what D+ and CAG did against TNT? So that's kind of the way that you can look at this game for my mind is, you know, if this is close and it's 7-4, 7-5, maybe then still a bit of trepidation is held against VRX. But I mean, also different days, different maps. I mean, it doesn't really change too much. As long as you win, that's the main thing, I think, if you're VRX. Now, they start on the attack, as we've seen with Consulate, though. It's been pretty heavy favoring the defense and gives an opportunity for TMT to start well in this game.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to capitalize upon that chance. They bring the Tachanka here for the opening round. No smoke. And the Denari actually vending side here, but early pressure admin from Shile. He posts up on the Azami. May now find himself in a position where he can't really leave or vacate too easily unless Fearx give that window of opportunity away. There could end up being a commit here early, drained out. Doesn't get cut off from the printing window. And he is able to escape. So, yeah, pretty solid there from Charles, able to deal with at least a drone and absorbing maybe a little bit of util as well. And can now post up this vending side hold with Denari tripwires to aid. No catch, though, could make things interesting. We'll see how that eventuates as Fearx look to now enter admin.
And then straight back out. And then straight back in. Yeah, quiet start. I mean, halfway through the round right now. I mean, Consulate's a pretty big map, so it can take some time. A CO meeting will either play out incredibly fast if you go for that direct hit through the window, or you probably see pacing go down the drain if you're going for that admin across. Right now, the focus is actually predominantly spiral stairs. I mean, there's 3 players spiral stairs for VRX, and it's worked. They just completely overload spiral. They clear out long desk and vending. I mean, this is as direct as you can get towards long desk without putting the pressure from admin side.
Yeah, Denari just to stall things out a little while and actually opens up the opportunity there for Harper. The tripwire not dealt with properly there by Yun Sang. And a good swing off that information. Frag grenade to follow, so we'll weaken that position. 40 seconds on the clock.
I mean, this is where you got to get the Sharika launcher used, but NL's kind of the only one really watching this meeting. Doorway does cover, gets the kill onto Misa. Soldier goes down as well. Good trade from Yun Sang. He, though, is also traded back. Down. Woogie's the only one up. Is there a world in which he can get a revival too? That's one. There's still time. As it stands, it looks like it'll actually be a 3v2 in favor of VRX, but you got 2 players that are incredibly low, and now into red time. And as soon as Yun Sang is up, straight back down, courtesy of Damali, TMT in a good chance now to win this game. Woogie's going to go towards default for the plant. Soldier's in for the cross. There's the nitro cell, and round is done. Well played from Triple Main Telecom on the board in the opening round.
Yeah, I got a little bit messy there for the attack with the mainstairs stack. Opened that opportunity for Harper to aggress, and he did a nice job in withstanding a lot of pressure from that position. And yeah, a good start for TMT. I don't think they'll have too many complaints in how that round did transpire. Fearx will need to take note of this round and be careful if they want to go for snowball style stacks going forward. That may not be as simple and straightforward as they otherwise would want. Did a poor job there dealing with Harper, it has to be said, who again played it well from his perspective, but Fearx didn't flush it really correctly, then kind of forgot about his position as they tried to push through split. It was a little disorganized. TMT electing to go down to basement for round number 2.
10 seconds to go.
I just get the feeling this one might be close. I mean, you got one team that's clearly fighting for top 4. The other team that's, you know, not probably a number 1 or a number 2 seed, but still I'd say what should be a top 4 team based on the way they've played this stage. And add in the fact it's consulate defense to start for the quote-unquote weaker of the 2 teams. Yeah, it has all the hallmarks of this being a pretty good game of Siege. So Boogie Auto Breacher plus the Blitz, swift entry to take out the corridor near Visa. It's Boogie that gets the pistol kill to start things off for Fearx. They ramp up the pace and pressure. But Shio, great headshot onto the Blitz. TMT are ready. And another through the hatch.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the struggles of the attack rear its ugly head here at the start of this matchup. Fearx slowing bodies and TMT are capitalizing on these opportunities early. 2 versus 3, so it's still winnable potentially from here. Information available handy of the Solid Snake. Minute 30, so plenty of time. Damali though with the long angle boss G makes this tricky. Should be able to swing for the trade. Oh, but caught. Good bait.
TMT still in a good spot though with that knife yourself, but as Fearx creep a little bit closer, they can get some of these angles. Everyone in the server's low except Yun Sang, and he's the one that goes down next. Winnable for Ryder in the 1 versus 1 against Shio. Close left inside security. The smoke blocks the vision. Shio doesn't panic, just repositions nicely, expecting maybe a push. Damali can actually go and peek and get some information, and does do just that. Knows that Ryder's still in the corridor. The smoke will dissipate. Pre-fire swing. Ryder though successful with said pre-fire swing. Fearx on the board. They take basement.
Yeah, good fight back in that round. It didn't look great through the mid, but the push down over towards site was nice. Did a good job in denying the pillar position, and then it's a pretty good problem solving there to try and isolate security side. Unfortunately for Charles, left out in the open. Very susceptible to that swing from a Ryder who, yeah, went all in there. Pre-fight on the swing. Threw bodies in the early round, Fearx. But then won some key jewels with so much time on the clock. Nice work there from Ryder. Low on HP, but so too was Charles. Backed himself in to win the fight. A 1-1 scoreline.
I mean, the good news right now for Fearx, 2 rounds in, they got both opening kills. Both rounds have been close in terms of player survivability for, you know, Consulate as a map, which, as we've seen so far throughout APL, it's pretty heavily defender-sided. Now, we haven't really seen it actually in APAC North. A key note that this is the first time that we're actually getting to see Consulate in this particular region, with a sub-region, if you will. But what we've seen within Asia and OS is, yeah, defense is having a pretty good time of things. Upwards of that sort of 60% plus defensive win rate. So Fearx have actually started pretty well on this map. The shield play is really aiding that. And when you don't ban any of the shields, if you do go for one now, it probably feels too late. Whether it's the Blitz or the Blackbeard, you're just going to then probably throw the Monty into the mix if you want. Not for the Grim and the Deimos. That's a nice little cover on the entry there from NL, paying dividends with the heartbeat sensor, and Demic gets rid of the Blitz. Good cover again from Trevor Main Telecom. Swing shotgun from Demic. The second swing doesn't connect though. On 1 HP as Soldier clears out Shile. Well, that is a moment that really should have gone the way of Triple Main Telecom. That second shotgun swing should have taken out Soldier. Demic would have been alive. It would have been 3v2 in favor of the defense. Instead, Theorex now have the extra player. Now, admittedly, Soldier doesn't have any Candelas, but he does still offer 2 smokes. But unfortunately, throughout all that, NL then gets the kill onto Ryder. Good news for the defense. Numbers are even, but health advantage goes their way.
Man, Soldier with no Candelas left either could leave him quite vulnerable. Can look to maybe layer smokes. Damali will continue his control second floor as Fearix were unable to effectively clear him out. And now with info onto Yunsang, and this defensive TMT is in a really good position here. Tricky to foresee them losing this round, but maybe it could change if Yunsang can stick this plant. Does so just. Interesting now.
Yeah, well, I mean, NL gets the kill, so Yunsang now in a 1v2. But in the post plant, at least a little bit better of a scenario versus having to deal with the time and go for the plant. That would have made it almost impossible. So better than nothing, really. Again, another close round. Oh, gets the spot. Doesn't get anything though from that first initial spray onto Damali. Felt like Damali had a shield up in front of him. Well, time is starting to run a little bit low. The Zoto canister not doing a whole lot right now. 13 seconds on the clock. It's a running towards the doorway from Damali. A little bit of panic there in the end from Trippy Main Telecom. I do wonder if they, yeah, I mean, just felt as if that they maybe were going to be able to deny that plant from going down. Didn't got the kill onto the non-planter. 2v1, didn't move with a lot of haste, and certainly didn't move together either. Not the greatest post-plant attempt for the retake from the defense. And in the end, Fearx will benefit. They get themselves a second attacking round, and this is a great start to Consulate for them.
Yeah, probably fair to say that Yunsang in particular, a little fortunate there. The spray for the plant denial just missed him. If the plant doesn't get stuck there, the round absolutely goes the way of TMT, but to the credit of Yunsang, and then in the post, and even with the Zoto canister taking away his sight, which can make the accuracy a little more challenging, he was actually really composed in that position and was able to isolate both picks. I think TMT will be having a chat over the course of their tactical timeout as to how they could just refine things a little bit. It doesn't feel like they're trailing by a whole lot in this series, and a couple of key moments in some of these rounds where if they had have stepped up, could have changed the outcome. They didn't. Just got to refocus here because, at least in my opinion, this match is shaping up to be closer than I thought.
Yeah. Well, I mean, closer, I guess, in terms of the scoreboard right now being 2-1. And I absolutely understand that. But you kind of take into account the map, the sides, and also the numbers that we're seeing. 2-1 split in favor of Fearx when it comes to the opening kills. So they're doing a little bit better in the entries. They've been able to do better in the multi-kills, and they've been able to win the clutches. You know, don't forget that second round was a clutch as well in favor of Fearx. And this, of course, was 1v2, really. Even if it was post-plant, it's still a 1v2. So it's been a game of inches. 2 alive, 1 alive, 1 alive. Fearx are edging it out, and they're on the attack, though. So for me, that bodes much better for them. Like, if it's a game of inches, if it were 3-0 to TMT, I'd be thinking right now that it's by no means over for Fearx. They'll get their own defense, but credit to the defense for closing things out. The reality is, though, they haven't really been able to be better in the clutch, and they haven't been able to be better in the earlier start of the rounds. So that's kind of 2 out of the 3 pieces of the puzzle that Fearx have been better at. Mid-round, yeah, I mean, defense has been good. I think Triple Main Telecom have been able to win a lot of gunfights in the middle portion of the round, defend good positions. Kind of letting themselves down at the end of the start. Back over to CON Meeting, the only site they've been able to actually win so far. And a big change up in direction for FearX. They bring the Glaz onto Yun Sang. They also go Monty and the Ying. In fact, it's just a 4-5 difference for FearX. It's a whole different lineup.
They'll probably go for the yellow drop here and potentially lay a bit of pressure, see a window. TMT body language and positioning suggesting that they're starting to have an inkling that that might be the case, so they rotate the clash to face yellow side. I'm sure NL will eventually try and get himself in a position where he can impact with utility as well, and Damali's also there for crowd control with the smoke. So positionally here from TMT, the early read is spot on. And Della's to go out and Soldier pushing yellow stairs.
That's where the Tachanka and the Clash are just going to be so vital for TMT in delaying. By the way, smokes are plenty for FearX when you've got 8 smokes available this round. Yun Sang is going to have to be a heavy player. Try and give him many opportunities and many looks, but it's Boogeyman on the dock that gets the opening kill, and funnily enough, the Glaz then goes down. Cast a curse. He has no impact despite all the smokes brought, of which they've been all completely littered around the map, all these different intersections. They will start to dissipate. 3v3. Again, Driftmane Telecom. It's this mid-round they've done a pretty good job at.
Yeah, with Soldier low on HP, it very much compromises FearX. NL with 10 Shamika shots remains. And they're boxed in here at the moment. This is a difficult position to fight out of if you're FearX. Look at this split hold. Soldier caught by those flames. Traded. Shile falls. 40 seconds.
And still payload calls as well over the next 40 seconds. At this point, does NL just think about eating it? And he will. Takes a little bit of damage. So that means, though, it does kind of put the pressure onto Harper. Harper's going to be getting the next call. Harper will most likely at this point elect to also eat it as well. Plant attempt. Not a lot of movement from either Harper or NL. I mean, again, it's going to be a post plant. Ryder catches NL pushing out a little bit too late. Oh, Harper. He actually had the crosshair on the target, looked away at the last second, but now realigns, finds the headshot, creates another 1 versus 1. FearX have been better in the clutch, and they will again. Well, I said at the start of the round, guys, it's all about these fine margins, and still, this is proving to be the difference. It's a 3-1 scoreline, but the rounds have been so utterly close. 3 straight rounds that have come down to 1 alive.
Yeah, another really good play there from Ryder. 1 versus 1. I think the positioning, catching Harper off, didn't anticipate him to find the tuck position in front of that con window. And so by having the jump, he was able to net that kill pretty quickly. They kept up with the trade game, and the split hold here was really good. Maybe just a little flat-footed. Maybe if they had shown a little more aggression defensively, they could have tried to stall out the plant attempt there from FearX. Once it was stuck, then moving, it allowed a couple of repositions from the members up for the attack. And that flat-footedness, I think, maybe just catching TMT off there in the end. Regardless, though, credit again to FearX and their ability to show good resilience in these rounds. Their clutch ability as well has been really good. You could maybe bring into question fundamentals, but attacking as a console can certainly be a bit of a grind at times, and as long as you're adding to the scoreboard at the top, which they've now reached 3, they've surpassed the benchmark. But from this point onwards, they'll be able to play with a little more freedom, less concerned, and having less anxiety about that score. The Amaru actually selected here for the 5th round. Yun Sang maybe looking for quick entry.
A little bit of information from the Yokai, but that's not really going to gain too much. 3-1 in terms of the opening kills in favor of FearX, and all the clutches. 3 straight 1v3, a 1v2, and a 1v1 in favor of the attack. Pressure onto Damali, but gets some help from Shire with the Nitrous Celt, so 1 for 1. Misa, though, then gets the trade onto the mirror. This is usually the point of the round, though, that Triple Man Telecom can find the next kill or two and kind of get the round back. I do wonder if this might be the first round that we actually see FearX win a little bit more comfortably with a 4v3 advantage, still got the blitz up. They've dealt with the mirror, and they certainly dealt with the vigil, so no roam potential now on the basement side from him. Harper seems very desperate to catch one here at server stairs.
Yeah, I think initially he was trying to play off the Yokai info.
Oh, well, you just had the angle held already. Damek was unaware.
It's just that now inside of security, his lounge will be occupied by Harper. So FearX should be able to trade this out. They have the blitz. And now under a lot of pressure. Oh, timing.
Oh, he's the only one left, and then he's coming from bot. Harper's best chance is to probably try and buy some time. Maybe question where he is, but no, again, they just maintain contact with him. They don't allow him to slip on by. 4-1 lead for FearX. Their most dominant round win so far of this game. And it's also 4 rounds straight. Triple Man Telecom, of course, won the opening round. It was a close one then, too. As we get to the final round of this half, it's just been FearX in a brutal dogfight of a game of Consulate. Like, the scoreboard suggests this is very one-sided. The gameplay is anything but one-sided.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, they've just been on the fortunate end of things. But to be fair, I also don't think it's fully outlandish to say that FearX have been slightly better across the board, a bit more refined. TMT's mid-round at times has looked okay, but FearX just seem to have the ability to, and it's a strength of theirs on the attack so far, and then taking that space that's been afforded to them, then cutting off the defense, which then finds itself flat-footed, whether it be on or close to the objective or on that rotation back. That's where FearX are pretty unrelenting and not really allowing those slip-ins or those lurks back into the side or into threatening positions. They've been fairly switched on, and so indicative that the comms and the synergy from them today has been quite good. Over to Piano for round number 6. FearX, a 5-1 half for them would look very, very good on their path towards 3 points tonight.
Door is blocked. Deploying heartbeat sensor.
So final opportunity for Triple Man Telecom on the defense. Yeah, I'm very curious about the second half if FearX are going to be able to just play lockdown defense, close this out comfortably, or if this is a match that the sides themselves won't really matter too much, and the rounds will remain close. So onto the Nook. First time we see the Nook here in this half, and he's all the way up top yellow into Secretary, and they're not aware. He's going to catch them off guard completely. Easy kill. And love the fact that he rushes straight back to Secretary, expecting one bending. A 2-for-1 ordeal. Make that 1 for 3 now in favor of FearX. A 4v2 advantage. Default top spiral was still up. Does not matter. Nitrocell ripped and then put back in the pocket by Harper. I mean, as the game has gone on, FearX are just gaining more and more ascendancy.
Feels like Harper's been alive in so many of these late round situations, and he's often looked promising. Not bad. 2v3 is certainly winnable, and Al also with Nitro can maybe play for Pulse Info if he has an opportunity. So FearX will still need to be clinical from here. They have time to work with. It's going to be a reliance on just maintaining pressure and having good comms. And also getting the blitz into position, right? Soldiers should be the one to play first contact here. If they wander into sight without the blitz in the front line, that's going to be a big mistake.
And I was sitting back with a Nitrocell, puts it back. Hasn't really been on that sensor for a little while, but he hits the headshot onto Ryder. They know that there's one above and there's one on the first floor with them. A 1-1 split now. 2v2 Another close round. Again, it's this mid round for TMT. This was a 2v4. Swing up close. Harper wasn't ready for Misa with a deagle. NL Nitrocell should be good. Does get Soldier to half health. That doesn't get him down. And now they can play the mirror window as well. They'll plant the diffuser. It should become a post plant. And I was hoping that one was maybe going to peek this left side wall. Misa indeed did peek it, but he hits the shot. 5 straight rounds for Fear X as they take a commanding lead into the half. Yeah, well, an interesting half, guys. A lot of really close rounds. And then FearX, probably the last 2 rounds, flex their muscles a little bit on the attack. 5 straight after dropping the opening round. And now we'll switch to defense, looking to close out. 1 away from guaranteeing a point plus overtime. But this is kind of what I was posing at the start of this game coming in. Looking at the stage for Triple Made Telecom, they got pretty comfortably beaten by CAG 7-1. They got comfortably beaten 7-0 by D+. So FearX want to be in that sort of category, be that sort of team. Well, they need to do something similar to Triple Made Telecom. So far, passing that test with flying colors, up 5-1. They close this out 7-1. Well, they match what those 2 teams did to TMT. And, of course, tomorrow they play Scars, and on Playday 7 D+. And I think those 2 games will give us a clearer picture as to where FearX really stand in the grander scheme of things. There's the round history, 5 straight for FearX. What the round history doesn't really highlight is how close a lot of these rounds were. From rounds 2 to 4, it was 1v1s. 1v3 for Ryder, 1v2 for Yunsang, and 1v1 again for Ryder. So 3 straight rounds that they were able to win the coin flips, win the clutches, and that's now set them up.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it has been fine margin in some of the key moments, but I think it's probably still fair to assess that overall FearX have been just a little bit more well-rounded. TMT defensively let the ball drop more often than not in the early portion of some of these rounds, and that proved pretty costly. And whilst they still had the reliance of the likes of Harper late round, it ultimately didn't have enough influence. See if that dynamic base shifts into the second round. Snake, Blitz, Tachenka, and Pulse taken out. Tachenka an interesting one, and we don't see the smoke and exchange here from FearX. So plant denial here is not a huge win condition from FearX, I think, and based on their positioning as well. A lot of it is going to be complete map denial with pre-rip nitros and aggressing on this break side of the map. Good util set there from the attack of TMT. NL will start layering pressure Coffin side, but a nice nitro there from Misa is rewarded. Finds a second, and that should be round over.
Yeah, one more, and Misa can go for the ace if he so chooses. Tries to do just that towards Printer, but yeah, Ryder steals it, gets rid of Damali, denies the ace, and 6-1 is, well, very quickly on the cards. Very quick round. Harper does at least deny the flawless. And then hits a lovely shot onto Yun saying, all right, Harper, go off. Show us what you can do. You are going to
look the sharpest player.
He is going to need the 1v5 ace. At the very least, he does still have a minute. And of course, being the Deimos, can maybe isolate some players with the death marks. I think he might just get caught here by Soldier. No, he slips in just at the right time. Soldier then goes to bathroom. Well, Misa's thinking about this, but he does get it.
That was a risky slow peek. Jeez.
There's the 6-1 though. 1 point plus OT secured for FearX. 5 opportunities to close this match out against TMT.
Yeah, well, again, I did expect this match to be fairly one-sided in the scoreboard, probably akin to 7-2, 7-3, but it may well be even more dominant, which again is a disappointment when you factor in. There's been plenty of good moments from TMT in this matchup, but their clutch ability proving costly, and they've given themselves no margin for error now, attacking into Consulate, which can be so challenging, as demonstrated there in the opening round. FearX to head us down below to basement for the follow-up. 7-1. What will that mean for the context of the standings? They came into the night with a +8 round differential, so a 7-1 would bring them up to a +15. And as it stands, that would have them just below CAG at a +19, with Kinotrope, of course, still to play, so to Scars, so that can shift, but especially for FearX and looking to consolidate a position in the top 4, this kind of result in this fashion as well will go quite a long way.
Really? That's great. Are they here? Shall go now. Changing minds.
Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, I'm starting to think the top 4 for APAC North looking pretty solidified with CAG, Kinotrope, D+, and FearX. I'd be quite surprised if that's not the 4. And we're only halfway through Play Day 5. It's just looking pretty evident. Can You Be My Enemy are already out. RX will be out tonight with a loss. In fact, yeah, they may already be out, you know, based on a whole bunch of other things. Triple Main Telecom now can only go to 10 points. I mean, but based on what we're also seeing inside of the server, you can have all the calculations and all the maths you want. The reality is what happens actually in the server, not so much the paper trail of you need this and that, if this happens.
Yeah, the only real wildcard left is Scars, right? Can they deny most likely D+, or maybe Kinotrope, for instance, from the top 4?
Well, they still play CAG tonight, so then they play FearX and then they play Triple Main Telecom. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch as it all plays out. Question mark for Misa. 12 and 4. Very dominant performance for FearX, but again, not always about the KD. I kind of look to Ryder winning 2 big clutches, a 1v3 and a 1v1. There was that first couple of rounds in the half that really set the tone as Demic gets 2 kills to keep this alive a little bit. I mean, they're still in a 2v3. This round was looking like it was going to be one of those classic match point rounds where the 6-1 team just kind of puts an end to it as quick as possible. But credit to Demic for finding 2 very important kills.
They're walking in blind though. Really limited info here for TMT. 45 seconds now on the clock. A little bit of utility they can play off. They may elect to just stack yellow here in the end. Try and trade their way out. Soldier and Yunsang are low, so not an impossible round to win.
But they're all playing together inside a garage, so even though they're low, you're not really going to be able to... Castle barricade. Well, they do have the Solma. This delays even further. And then
telegraphs it.
Woogie Man's kind of the trump card. If they do happen to find the kills on a Yunsang Soldier, that time's going to be very close to expiring, and then Woogie's not really going to be someone that will overpeak. They'll have to play Kit. And Kit's down. Soldier gets the kill. Good angle as well. Woogie and Soldier combine, and that's it. Job done. FearX 7-1. Demolition job here on Consulate in terms of the overall scoreboard. The first half certainly was close. There were some really good clutch rounds that went the way of FearX. I would easily say, you know, the first 4 rounds of this game, I don't think it's a stretch to say that Triple Main Telecom could have been leading 4-0. That's the strange irony in all of this. When you lose 1-7, you think, geez, we got absolutely beaten. They could have easily been 4-0 up. When you're talking about a round win in opening round, they lost a 3v1, they lost a 2v1, and they lost a 1v1. Credit to FearX, they just were better in the clutch, and in the end, their defense was impenetrable in the 2 rounds that we got to see from them, and that puts them in a pretty strong position now towards the back end of this stage to lock in a place for finals. They're on their way.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be a nice little kickstart. And I think that this match does give insight, being the only 2 South Korean teams in APAC North currently, that gap is quite large, and the FearX super team seems to have been the right approach, and that project at the moment still shaping up nicely. Top 4 looking good for them, far from a guarantee, but they've done a good job tonight in boosting that round differential, stomping their opposition, showing some good clutch ability over the course of the map as well, which certainly aided them as we have a look at the match summary for this one. Unfortunately for the side of TMT, nobody finishing positive nor even. It was NL leading the charge for them. 7-8. Misa found 12 kills for FearX. The cost numbers for FearX are intriguingly a little lower than I probably would have anticipated, but an even spread, and everyone kind of having the impact when needed. There was no, huge standout carry effort. Misa was clearly good, but the rest of the team also played their role as well.
Yeah, I'll look back at some of the highlights, and again, this first half was kind of full of them, really. So Triple Main Telecom win a nice opening round. They were up 4v2 in the second. They go on to lose it. Here, 5v3, they go on to lose it, and then 2v1 in the same round. This is just a straight borderline 2v2, winnable again. So what we kind of got in the first half was really a pretty close game. So the scoreboard suggests, yeah, FearX, wide gap between the 2 teams, but the gameplay to me suggests with a bit more refinement. I think Triple Main Telecom certainly could have been far more competitive in terms of the actual scoreboard of the match. We'll go to the schedule, remind everyone sort of where we sit for today. It's been a speed run, an hour and a half into the show, already 2 matches done, 7-0, 7-1. We are with 32 minutes ahead of schedule. Kinetrope Gaming RRX are up next, and dare I say, guys, it probably will be a similar scoreline to our opening 2 games. Kinetrope have looked really solid this stage.
Yeah, it could well be. As it stands, it's second on the table, taking on second last. So it will probably be a little more one-sided, but if we get through that one quickly, Scars and COG will be on the other side, and that for me is going to be a big matchup. 2 teams with a rivalry, and for Scars, we've kind of pitched them at the moment to just be on the fringe of the top 4. A big win tonight, and that quickly changes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a fun one to watch at the end of the night. COG, of course, will be the favourites in that game, but you're always going to give Scars that little hope, and that maybe they can do something, throw a little spanner into what's happening this stage. But the next game, I would imagine Kinetrope should get the job done. It means, though, for RRX, they have to win it. We'll see if they can do it. Short break will come back. That match is on the other side.
제가 처음 시즈를 만나게 된 건 중학교 1학년쯤에 유튜브에 올라온 2014 트레일러 그거를 딱 봤는데 이 게임이 되게 제 취향이랑 맞을 것 같은 거예요. 되게 전술적이고 막 CQB의 1인칭 FPS에 되게 매력적으로 느껴가지고 일단 베타 테스트도 신청해서 베타 테스트도 해봤고, 그때 중학교에 같이 게임을 하는 그 파티가 있었는데 거기서 이제 6, 7명 모아가지고 이제 낮밤으로 계속 로테이션 돌려가면서 계속 했던 것 같아요. 그때는 이제 저도 경쟁심이 별로 없었고 해가지고 근데 일단 랭크를 계속 돌리긴 했어요. 근데 이제 그러면서 제가 이제 경쟁심에 끌어오르면서 이제 제가 약간 어떻게 보자면 저만 엇나간 그렇게 된 거죠. 이게 대회가 있던 건 2015, 16년에도 그 패드 대회가 있어가지고 알고는 있었는데 이제 관심을 가지기 시작하게 된 건 파리 메이저에 진출한 멘티스 FPS를 딱 봤을 때 한국에서도 프로가 가능하구나, 해외 나가서 활약하는 게 좀 멋지다를 느끼면서 이제 프로 플레이어도 염두에 두게 된 것 같아요. 그때부터. 그때 페이커도 알고 있고 막 유명한 e스포츠 선수들 되게 많이 알고 있었는데 이게 되게 남의 얘기 같고 그렇게 느껴졌는데 이게 제가 하는 게임에서 그 멘티스 FPS 같이 그런 팀이 나오니까 확실히 좀 와닿은 게 있는 것 같아요. 가장 인상 깊었던 팀은 예전에 퓨리아 그 5명이 제일 인상 깊었던 것 같아요. 제일 잘하는 팀이라고도 생각하고 한 2017년부터 이제 제가 랭크를 진짜 열심히 하던 시절인데 그때 상위권에 있다 보니까 막 지금 막 선수하고 있는 막 예전에 노라랭고나 멘티스 FPS 선수들을 실제로 매칭이 된 적이 있어가지고 그래서 계속 매칭이 되다 보니까 서로 조금씩 친해진 계기도 됐고 전 노라랭고의 워카라는 선수랑도 꽤 친해졌고 멘티스 FPS의 MB 테일러랑도 이제 좀씩 친분이 생기면서 이제 그쪽이랑 같이 게임도 하고 막 일본, 한국 왔다 갔다 하면서 계속 같이 했던 것 같아요. 그러다가 이제 2019년 말쯤에 이제 클라우드9에서 제이가 들어오게 돼서 시작된 것 같아요. 평소와 같이 그냥 집에서 일어나가지고 게임하려고 딱 켰는데 트위터 DM으로 와 있었던 거예요. 이게 뭐지 하면서 열어봤는데 오퍼에 관련되었던 거였고 되게 처음에는 잘 믿기지 않았는데 이게 대화를 하다 보니까 점점 실감하게 된 것 같아요. 이제 같이 게임하고 있던 가장 친한 친구한테 먼저 보여줬고 그 다음에 이제 진지하게 해야 될지 말아야 될지를 이제 부모님한테 상의를 하면서 이제 연락을 했었어요. 그 제안을 받고 나서 이제 일본 워킹홀리데이 가가지고 이제 막 일본어도 배우고 막 그냥 일반적인 직장을 얻어가지고 살 예정이었는데 근데 이게 아무리 생각해도 제 생각엔 별로 재미가 없을 것 같은 거예요. 그래가지고 이 오퍼가 왔을 때 그냥 이쪽이 무조건 더 재밌고 인생이 바뀌겠다 해가지고 바로 입단을 선택한 것 같아요. 순서대로 말하자면 일단 제일 첫 번째는 워카, 이제 같이 게임 해주면서 같이 실력도 같이 늘고 저한테 많이 알려주기도 하고 이제 특히 제가 일본어를 하게 된 계기가 그 친구들이랑 같이 게임을 하면서 이제 일본어를 배우게 된 거기 때문에 그게 지금 뭐 일하는 데도 쓰이고 있고 게임하면서 편하기도 하고 일본 갔을 때 편하기도 하고 되게 단순히 게임하면서 얻은 것 치고는 꽤 좋은 영향인 것 같아요 저한테. 그래서 워크한테 일단 고맙고 워크상 2018年覚えてますか？あの時は日本語や指示のいろいろ教えてくれて本当にありがとうございました。
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1.
Report.
Alive and well safe.
We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nix. Dokubi.
Be my eyes. Mute. Cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're You're cornered, Nix. Surrender.
I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see you're on your 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
You only in my mind. No matter how hard I try, you only in my mind. You only in my mind. You only in my mind. No matter how hard I try, you only in my mind. You only in my mind.
Well, our third match of this evening is coming up very shortly. Kinatrip Gaming so far have been a real standout this stage of APL APAC North. We'll see if they can keep the good times going. RRX are, of course, their opponent, Guzzin. Well, they're not out of finals just yet, but for RRX to make it, they're going to have to win not only tonight, but all the remaining games. It's very likely by the conclusion of this match, we'll put the line through them, but let's see what they've got against a team that's clearly playing some really good Siege.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, so far tonight at least, we haven't seen an upset. It's been anything but. It's been incredibly one-sided. This might be the one that breaks that trend a little bit, but to envision Kinatrope as we look at their roster now losing this game, yeah, I think it's a pretty wishful thinking. I expect Kinatrope to be good here tonight.
I mean, there's always surprises, there's always upsets, but it feels like this stage, at least in particular to all of the APL sub-regions, we just haven't really seen much of it, if at all. I don't know really if that's maybe a testament to the professionalism increasing over time, because you think back maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago even, I think there were more upsets back then. Teams maybe just weren't as prepared for, you know, respecting their opponents or whatever it may be. But this current day and age, with so much on the line and no room for error, I think teams are just far more locked in and ready and respecting their opponents in any shape and form, that you just don't really see these gigantic upsets as much in probably the modern era of Siege.
Yeah, I would agree. Big storyline for Kinatrope heading into tonight. We saw it on the roster lineup graphic. Okamesh is subbing in for Gator, so that's quite noteworthy. It may see this team's level drop a couple of percentage points. Is that going to be enough to influence the ultimate outcome of the game? I would still hazard to guess probably not, but it could make things just a little more interesting. Gator is an incredibly gifted and experienced
You're not
player,
a fan
of
Okamesh?
Oh no, okay, nothing. They could have subbed anyone in, but losing A-Gate is always going to hurt.
Right, let's go to their opponents. I mean, Okamesh is, of course, a former pro. He used to play on Crest Gaming, Varel, Kinatrope itself, even not too long ago. So I think he'll slot in more than comfortably. For RRX, maybe they will use that as an advantage to, you know, boost the morale coming into this match. But they wouldn't really need that anyway. This, for them, is, of course, must-win territory. Look back at the previous games now. Last week was not a great week in terms of their second game. A 7-1 loss to Scars, but they were able to pick up the win against Tripumane Telecom. So far, that's the only result they've had go their way this stage, all 2 points from that match. Their other games outside of that particular win, that 8-7 against Tripumane Telecom, a 1-7 loss to FearX, a 0-7 loss to CAG, and a 1-7 loss to Scars. So I do wonder if that one particular result against Tripumane Telecom, who they themselves, guys, as we referenced earlier, have been on those kind of blowout performances, maybe seeing them with 2 points in the standings gives us a belief that, yeah, it's that 75-25 split. The reality might be, as we've seen already tonight, the 7-0s and the 7-1s that we've had, is we might be on the way to something again like that based on their other matches.
Yeah, it's probably going to lend itself in that fashion. It's so tricky to envision a world in which these guys can win out. They can certainly make it competitive. I think it could actually transform into a similar matchup like we saw previously, where it comes down to that clutch veto. Those clutch moments. Let's have a look at the map veto as Mal makes his bed. A little bit late in the day to be doing that, but maybe you just wake up. Let's have a look across and roll the roulette and see where we head for this best of one. A toss-up between Bank and Clubhouse. Ultimately, Bank, the selection of Kinatrope, who ban out the club, and prior to that, RX taking the cafe out of play as well. In terms of the numbers for this specific map, since late December, Kinatrope with 3 plays, second preference map, a 1-2 record, and defensively actually struggling, only winning 5 out of their 17 defensive efforts. RX on the flip side played on just the one occasion, a loss to Tripumane Telecom, which doesn't spark a ton of confidence. Attack for them was a real struggle, only 1 attacking win across 5 rounds.
Yeah, Bank attacker sided in the APAC North region, sitting at just about 57%. So with clearly Kinatrope Gaming starting on the attack first, we'll see if they can, you know, kind of match the other games that we've seen tonight and go for a bit of a speed run. But when you do throw in the curveball, losing Gator, clearly, you know, a quality player. Again, Okamesh is a former pro. I mean, I think he's going to be able to slot into this lineup tonight pretty comfortably. And we've seen coaches when they step into roles. You look at DD, man, he stepped in one day and hasn't let go of the position. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen, but I think for Gator as a loss now at the moment, this stage, not quite been at his best. He's actually sitting dead center middle of the pack, rated 21 out of 41 in the region. So clearly hasn't really been their absolute main superstar, whereas Akayu and Gatorada are both inside the top 10. Those have been the standouts for Kinotrope Gaming. I don't think it's going to be, for me, changing too much in this game, but what it might do is instead of that sort of 7-0, 7-1 territory, I might look at this game, to be honest, as 7-2, 7-3 territory in favor of Kinotrope Gaming, considering it is must win for RRX. Surely that you do come in with a little bit more spite, a little bit more passion, and we'll see if that translates inside of the server.
Yeah, we are just waiting for one player to jump into the server. It'll be interesting to see if it does knock the confidence at all of Kinotrope in this matchup, or maybe not even just confidence, more so just their structure and their roles and etc. How they look to slot Okamesh in. As you've mentioned, previous pro, quite a bit of experience at this level of play. So as an individual, not concerned at all about his ability to influence the matchup, but more so the cascading changes that may happen for the team here. I don't know what the lead-in has been for that change, if it was last minute or something that was prepared in advance. If they've been given more time, then that offers the opportunity to have adjusted any strategies if needed, or slot him in the way that they best feel appropriate. If it was last minute though, that can sometimes make things a little more uncomfortable and a little more stressful. As for the side of RX, again, I kind of tend to agree that it's not really going to change the motivation or the outlook for them all too much in this matchup. They'll be going in with a positive mindset that they get an opportunity here for a few points. As RX now go through their pre-game ritual.
It was good to have the fun as much as it is competitive. Well, Jinim's not part of it. I mean, maybe he is. We just can't see it. His camera's frozen. Let's get underway. Bank is where we're heading. Enough with the... I don't even... Are they working out? Now it just looks like he's hugging himself. Okay, enough with that. Let's get into the server. Bank is calling Kinotrope Gaming on their quest for a high-end finish inside of the top 4. It feels like finals... you would imagine should be a given unless they slip up here. Their remaining schedule, so tomorrow they play Triple Main Telecom, another favored match for them, and on the final play day, it's CAG. So what I would say for Kinotrope is that there's not really, again, too much concern considering tonight and tomorrow, you would imagine should be comfortable. And maybe even still afforded the ability to slip up in one, but certainly not both. So I think they're going to be pretty comfortable, and certainly on the attacking side of Bank, I think they can put on a good show here in this first half, even with Okamesh. Again, a reminder, filling in tonight for Gator. We head into the bands. Everyone on the side of RRX has sat back down.
Yeah, they've got the blood pumping. Kaid, Mira, Monty, and Dokui banned out. Yeah, it's going to be intriguing, I think, to see how just attacker-sided this map ends up shaping up to be. As you highlighted previously, league-wide, it has been attacker-sided. Kinotrope, for reference on their Bank appearances over the last 6 months, their attacking win rate has been actually a big strength. 12 out of 18, so 66%. And if they're able to get off to a good lead here, it's very difficult to envision RRX, who on their limited play time here on Bank, who did struggle on attack, to be able to mount a comeback. The basement we go. And I think I'm going to have my eyes set on Okamesh throughout the majority of this map. I'm actually quite intrigued to see how they look to slot him in. And, well, he calls attack during the prep phase of round 1, so clearly the substitute having some problems early here. Play out the round for now and see what happens.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Azami, if you want, I can let you use my formula. It might help you get over.
Now, Okamesh just wrote in chat, mic issue, but I don't know if that's... Is that an attempt for a rehost? It looks like it is. Yeah, it just puts puts a little dampener to start this game. I don't know how they. I'm a little bit confused how you have a mic issue that you only find out at the very last second as the game starts, and you probably didn't figure out that was an issue before the game started.
It's been the first time he's spoken since joining the VC. Yeah, that is a strange one.
And also, this is, I mean, I'm going off on my usual rehost tangent, but do we really need a rehost for something that's not related to the game? See, this is the problem, is that like you have to remake the entire lobby for something that's, well, related, I would imagine, to something like Discord if they're in Discord, right? So like, I mean, it's...
Yes, certainly peculiar that it wasn't picked up on earlier. Unless it was something that got triggered when they loaded into the game, but I find that pretty
that's
unlikely. It's possible, but
obviously I want to make sure I'm not suggesting anything untoward. We haven't started this, obviously, no reason to, but I just, find it strange how that wasn't picked up pre-match.
yeah, we'll sit tight for now. Hopefully it won't be too long. Imagine we'll get them back in pretty quickly. You can see the invites being dispersed now. Hopefully that means Okamesh has been able to restart his PC or plug his mic in. I don't know. Don't know exactly what happened. Well, maybe it was nefarious. Maybe they need some more time to talk the strats over with him. Maybe it was a last minute stuff. That's the tinfoil hat.
I don't think they can do that during a rehost.
I mean, the spirits seem high inside of the call. I do wonder if they use Discord or TeamSpeak. I think some teams do use the old school.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a little lighter.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think it really makes a difference. I know that
you're also not a professional, though, Jake. That 0.1%
no, but I'm
FPS
also
could be...
I'm also much older than you, Michael, and I used to use Ventrilo back in the day. You know what that is?
Is that what the dinosaurs used to communicate?
You never heard of Vent?
I actually haven't, no. Outside of you talking about it with Rob, probably. Seems like we'll be jumping back in about a minute. That's the ETA currently, so presumably we're just waiting for the final players to get in and the lobby is set and ready to go.
I do wonder if maybe there's a different setup that Okamesh uses when he's playing versus when he's just coach. Could have been potentially something wasn't as set up as he thought it maybe was, just jumped in, didn't think about it, and then he went to kind of say something and realized that he wasn't being heard. You know, actually, this is maybe the case. Sometimes this happens where like you're just sitting in voice chat, right? You're just talking, and then like you just think you're getting ignored. Like, oh man, these guys are being a bunch of dicks. They're just ignoring me, and it turns out actually you're just not coming through. I wonder if Okamesh the whole time was just sitting there talking, and he's just completely getting ignored, and he's like, "What? Why are you guys why are you guys ignoring me?" Probably then typed in team chat or something, and they're like, "Oh, we can't hear you."
Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, back into the server now, so that should be very much behind us. To reiterate, Kaida, Mira, Monty, Dockerby, Band, Basement up first, reselected by RRX. Going to choke on attack, and all expectation is for them to have a good day at the office. It may not be super duper dominant to the same lengths we've seen previously today, such as 7-0, 7-1, but anticipating it still to be lopsided.
Yeah, I'm somewhat hopeful that we can see RRX really give this a red-hot crack. They start defense basement site, so, you know, these are the good opportunities to find some success early, go on a little bit of a snowball run of momentum. Cause a little upset. Kinotrope, no Aegator. Okamesh is in. You know, all the stars would need to align, but in some ways, this is not the most awful positions to be in to begin, at least. I do worry for them in terms of the actual map. Like, this is a map that they typically ban, so they're not a big bank team. On the flip side, Kinotrope maybe don't have the best record on this map, but they actually just straight up don't ban it. Which means usually they're playing it against the better teams, hence maybe the record isn't as suggestive as to how good they are. Well, Okamesh gets the opening kill onto Akuzu.
Yeah, Akuzu was just having a wander inside of CEO there. A little bit questionable to be playing that sort of aggressively. Well punished there by Okamesh, who had that repel position upside down. Can certainly be a little unnerving to play that, especially if he hasn't got as much game experience recently. But a bit like riding a bike, just able to jump back inside of the server and have immediate impact. RRX now looking to try and make a play back. I don't know how Jidam has gotten that kill, but fair play. 4 versus 4, 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, not ideal losing the Blackbeard either for this site. It doesn't matter that it's down to 4v4, it's just losing the Blackbeard really sucks. Colors from Eclair, Jidam towards main stairs. Ooh, got a Rada. Double onto Yu and Jidam. Again, referenced him before. He's having a very good stage so far inside of the top 10 for EPS. Oh, Maui caught. Yeah, that's just unlucky on the timing. Went to try and clear Akayu, and, well, Akayu was being covered. Kinotrope get the opening round. Alkamesh got the opening kill. All's well. That ends well for them, and he's excited. They can hear him now.
Yeah, solid work there from Kinotrope. Credit to RX, they tried to shove back up main, found the Blackbeard, so it was 4 versus 4. They put themselves in an okay position to try and leverage that for the late round and maybe play clock, but yeah, Kinotrope didn't afford that. Akuzu certainly in a very questionable position early round. That was completely unnecessary.
How did that shot hit?
I still don't understand how Jidam's got the kill there, but fair play. Playing
if he was lower on health, I would have probably been like, yeah, okay, maybe the pallets have just spread perfectly, but he's pretty high health. And it wasn't a headshot, so yeah, I mean, maybe, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, got a little bit lucky there, I think, with the spread.
10 seconds remaining.
It's looking like a Jan hold here from RX in round 2 with the Warden. Kinotrope electing not to bring the sensitive response, but they do have range hard breach for Kanto. They'll have Kali for repel play.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to open up the hallway.
Yeah, it could be a lobby shape up here, then try and leverage Okamesh up the stairs. Also playing into the clash, so Jidam with the perfect shield counter.
But if they're playing into the clash, open up that hallway, try and get pressure both sides, and force that clash to either go kind of main stair side or back into site. So clearly they're going to get some pressure towards front desk, towards Kanto, eventually open that up. And then the question will be, how close do they go janitor or do they go stock? And then look to really go for this back hit. And if you're RRX, this is where you get a clue on pretty quickly that the overall repel pressure here on the top floor probably might be a lot less than you would typically see. It'll likely just be, I think, reserved for the Grim with the Kawan Hive launcher and then the eventual entry for the plant.
I'm curious if Akuzu from server has spotted Okamesh with his gadget. Because then they'll have a pretty good read, I think, as to how they're shaping up here, and RX should be able to pivot pretty quickly. That could be a key piece of information in this round in identifying square side. That's where the blitz is. Midpoint of the round. Looks like a tricky one to problem solve for Kinotrope from here. And there is Akuzu gaining that info. Yep.
I like the fallback as well. I mean, there's no need to challenge 1v1. You're not too sure if someone pushing with the blitz. You get the intel. You know that square side is where the blitz is. Fall back. Get some info from below. It felt like to me, Okamesh almost had a pretty good idea that the Solus was actually playing down there, though. Just the way he was kind of maneuvering and then pivots off after checking blue stairs. Jinem has rotated over towards Janitor. They haven't opened up Kanto, by the way. That Nitro Cell is going to do a big chunk of damage onto Okamesh. 1-for-1 between the two teams. It's the prone Warden of Maui inside of Janitor. With a bit of help from Akusu, they get the kill onto the Blitz. Go out with a frag grenade onto Jinem. It's carnage on the top floor. There's that stock hit from Kawau. They never ended up opening Kanto, so it's a bit more direct from Kinetro, but it's largely successful. The overload towards Janitor, plus top square, plus stock, proving to be enough for the attack. Yu will swing. Didn't quite spot the pixel of Kawau, and Kawau will punish him. Solid round for Kinetro.
Yeah, it really was. I still don't think that was ultimately their original plan. I don't know what prompted them to go for the square side rotate, but it was a great call. Okamesh was disciplined. I don't know if he was aware of the souls down below. Either way, did a good job to not worry about that. Ultimately, it opened up a flank opportunity, but that too was pretty quickly traded by Kinetro. And so a concerning round for RRX where they had the Solus, they had the read, they knew the rotation, they knew the hit, but they weren't able to quite enable the Warden.
Even rotated the Clash towards Janitor and away from Kanto and
yeah. The rotation was fine. The execution, though, was not quite as clean and clinical as they needed in that round. So, yeah, again, positive signs from a strategic standpoint, but just unable to quite connect the dots there late enough in sustaining the pressure from Kinetro.
Early tactical timeout's going to expire. RX not too happy with how things have started here on Bank. And back to basement for a second try out of the timeout. They bring the Oryx for Akuzu. They also will play into the Echo. So Oryx and Echo in. Out goes the Azami and the Fenrir. I mean, I don't know really what to make of that. I guess it maybe spreads things a bit. So the Oryx can give you maybe a little bit of roam play up the hatches. The Echo certainly is doubling down, you know, alongside the Smoke, the Warden, and the Goya for that sort of late game denial.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, they might be trying to find a better counter tool onto the shields, because even last time with both the Warden and the Clash, they struggled to deal with Okamesh. The attack, though, actually looking to go pretty direct, and that will actually probably cut out a lot of the opportunity for Akuzu, who's currently Office. He'd be better prepared for an open area push, but at the moment, that's not going to be the target, at least early here from Akayu. He looks to soak up some of the util from the smoke. Now already dropping one gas babe. And the more that Akayu can extract here, the better position they'll be late round for a default. The patient for now. Gatorado also want to note he'll lurk garage ramp at the moment. Perfect operator to sort of sneak through, and whilst there is a BPC in that position for RRX, goes without saying that he can activate his cloak, creep forward, and might be able to catch this defense off guard.
Clear as a limestone spring.
Reloading, cover me!
Knock, knock!
Afforded a lot of this first floor ground to Kinetro, have RRX. Kuzu gets the freebie. Yeah, Kawau is just completely lacking the awareness. First open to kill of the game for RRX. Now out of the timeout. Clearly the game plan being followed to a T. Gatorada slips in on the Nook. They also lose the Echo, and he spots one over towards his vault position. inside a lobby. Yu, I think, is about to be dead, but Maui actually is the one that dies first, then expects the main stairs push back. Good kill from Akuzu, but traded by Eclair. Kinotrope just completely overwhelmed on a vault side hit. They've just got players everywhere. The entire site just got infiltrated with ease. Much to the delight of Wakamesh.
Oh yeah.
He's just happy to be back inside of the server and playing some Siege.
He's going to want this spot permanently if Kinotrope aren't careful.
It's DD man all over again.
That was well played. The slip in as well from the Nook was really spot on. It was well played. It meant that in the chaos of the back hit, freedom was afforded to Gatorada, and instead of just sitting back and playing passive on the cross, he made the right choice in going deep into the site. Akuzu was better rewarded on the roam this time, but then he got caught trying to get his way back towards the site. Legitimate 1v3. Despite the tactical time out, Kinotrope will begin this match essentially flawlessly. Maybe it will suffer the same fate of the earlier two games of being something like a 7-0 or a 7-1. The Okamesh storyline has really had no negative impact on Kinotrope's ability to attack.
Wall secured. 10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
Started a little bit better for RX, but the ending was the same movie as what we saw in the opening 2 rounds. It feels like the potential is there for them to win rounds and be competitive, but I mean, after the last couple of days of what we've been seeing, at this point, I might have to start changing my tune and just start assuming every game's going to be a 7-0 or 7-1. I'm becoming far more accustomed to that kind of scoreline than I am, like a 7-4, 7-5 at this point.
Changing mags.
I'm reloading.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, we'll see if RX can fight back. Okamesh onto the IQ this round. Good counterplay onto the Valk. They've been watching this information pretty intently on the side of defense. So RX again are trying to get a definitive read as to what side Kinotrope want to hit. Noting last time they went for the late rotate and pivot square side. They look a little unsettled though at the moment. I don't think they've gained a ton of information or even an effective lack thereof. On cue though, Mal will spot the Grim. And so top square open courtesy of the secondary hard breach. On the side of Kinotrope though, they have some pretty good info. Top main. A little bit to play off. Kali can continue to linger on Repel. So some slow posturing in this round from Kinotrope.
Well, with the first pick on the Jinna, Makuzu falls. Slow to get to this point as there's only a minute left, but Kinotrope always just find the right picks at the right time. Last is activated for Maui. Not that he's at the moment able to find too much. He goes searching. Duo watching over towards Banana. Easy kill. Well, it's the second time Kwao has died in 2 rounds now where he's just not really aware of his surroundings, just peeks his head up as if there's no one going to be there. You always got to assume, clear things properly, wait for your duo that's just right behind you, to get involved. There's not a lot of time left here. 2 versus 2, 15 seconds. Yu sits main stairs, goes for the swing, makes contact with Gatorada. Gatorada now knows he's there, but he swings it anyway, had no choice with the time. Now Eclair can go for the plant. 3 seconds. Well, now he's got no choice but to go for the plant. Gets off it. What? I mean, he was dead, but I think he should have just, as soon as he got into sight, he should have just stuck it. Like, he knew it was main stairs. Give yourself the chance. I mean, if you die while planting or after you just get off the plant, and don't get me wrong, he probably loses that 9 times out of 10, but give yourself that 1% chance where maybe he is a little delayed in pushing from main stairs back to site, and then you can get the plant down gun back up in the post plant, depending on the pathing taken. But instead, he ended up never actually giving himself a chance.
Yeah, good work though from RRX and being able to compose themselves in that round. Gained some good info. They had a read. They had good, powerful positions. So credit to them. Kinotrap showing a little weakness there on the re-attempt over to open area then for the first time in this matchup. As we saw basement repeated back in round 3. And so we'll see what RRX have to offer here on this site. They bring the castle intriguingly, so I do wonder if that's going to be invested on the horizontal extension. Seems like that will be the case. Make tellers, archives, etc. A little more playable, perhaps. It may mean that Kindertrope do get top floor a little less contested. They have the buck for the vert. Alchemist can clear out with death marks as well. But maybe that's the idea from RX. Try and filter them up above and they have a plan to deal with it.
As designed, Chiba activated. Chiba strikes through. Deployed barrier.
If they can get this round here on staff and open area, bring it back to 3-2, there is a chance this could turn into a game. Yeah, better in that round from RRX, but got to follow it up now. Can't just be one and done. We're searching for drones towards archives. Shoot him down in basement. No one defending top floor, so it's an easy top down for Kinotrope, and you got Aquamesh now that may eventually push towards Jinnum, or Jinnum towards him. Aquamesh is in a good position to cut off that blue stairs push by a defender, who will eventually want to stop that square side push from Kinotrope. But right now, Jinnum is still just towards main and is not moving. Aquamesh is on the move.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 5 targets. So going for the bottom-up approach as opposed to top-down. Yeah, there's Utilde standing in his way. Probably can't really think about progressing that side. There's only a minute to go
Well,
here.
he can. He can swing the doorway. He doesn't know that. Now he can't.
Kai just found himself in admin. Pressuring site. Big kill.
Oh, freebie. Yeah, just good pressure. Alchemash ended up coming back with the team. Razorblade gets the kill from Jinnum. Gatorada catches him actually pushing above. They've got the stock hatch control. Yu is by himself top floor. Site is theirs and the round is done. Solid execute from Kinotrope.
Yeah, it was all synchronized. They had backup options if needed. Positions were refilled. The site pressure as well was pretty immense with the admin lurk and then the pressure from stock. Didn't leave a lot of safe playable position left there for RRX. They had to rely on trades from that point and they didn't really get the ball rolling as Akuzu fell for free. And then it fell apart pretty quickly from that point onwards. As expected, RRX will return to basement, still yet to find success on this site. The only round they've won was top floor. We'll see if they switch things up for basement here. The roam has been pretty ineffective. We haven't seen the on-site denial utility have a lot of influence either, with Kinotrope executing the back hit and the Nook Lurk last round, so we'll see what they go for, but Kinotrope seem to have a very, very good read on this objective.
Explosive ordnance reloading!
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Doorway secured!
And 4-1 for opening kills in favor of Kinotrope. Very dominant in this attacking half on bank. I mean, we expected one-sidedness coming into this game, like most of the games tonight. So far, our expectations have been met to a perfection. Just the one round win for RRX, and that was down to a 1 versus 1. And the round wins for Kinatrote, 4 alive, 3, 3, and 4. So very dominant round wins from Kinatrote. When they're winning these rounds, they're just doing so comfortably. Even here, Gatarada just gets free vision, so ready for the swing. Akuzu will think, geez, he reacted quickly, but little did Akuzu know he was already spotted. Okamish, though, and Gatarada both go down straight away. So despite the opening kill for Kinatrote, well played Jinnen wins the battle blue stairs. Kinatrote tried to go for the fast hit against Jinnen. Well, Okamish certainly did. He comes up second best. And honestly, 4v3 basement side, you've got to win these.
Yeah. Jinnen does a good job to get over towards lockers instead of holding blue stairs indefinitely. So they'll be able to bunker site, play your advantage. 3 gas babes, nitro. A lot of good positive signs here. Kinatrote do have a bolt of util they can deploy here. But once this is out, it's done. They'll need to make a play from that. Akai has the diffuser. He's posturing for the rear here. There's a lot of time though here. Kinatrote don't have to fully commit to the backdrop just yet. Oh, that's unfortunate. UUDCs.
Oh, that's
nice
rough.
pick for Kinatrote.
I mean, it's still nice.
Still a good position though.
For RRX to be 3v3, minute left. Yeah, they've got a Nitro Cell, they've got 3 gas babes. There's practically no utility for Kinatrope except the 2 flashes of Claire. Oh, Jinnen.
Overpeak.
Yeah, I mean, does get some intel. Oh, but then walks straight into the main stairs push from Rikayu. And now this opens up for Kinatrope. Big kill from Duo. Needed that. Still has the gas babes. They know there's going to be one over towards Elevator. Bit of a split push attack here now from the remaining 2 members of Kinatrope. Gas babe out from Duo defending towards Lockers. Inside a vault is Maui. A lot of time still left. Push up though from Duo. Catches out of Claire. Good reposition by the smoke. And now Kuao is stuck towards Elevators. So once again, RRX surely can't lose it from here.
Yeah, especially with these shotgun positions up close, 20 seconds. It's going to take a big clutch.
Well, also doesn't have the kit. Probably not anticipating this red hallway prone position. Oh, actually, he kind of almost did. That was... Could you imagine he gets that wallbang? RX will get their second round to close the half. It's 4-2 in favor of Kinatrope.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No. Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate.
Innocence and honesty keep signaling my brilliance. Living in this harmony, it's hard to see the change. Ignorance and poverty, we're sinking in resilience. Adrenaline, my arteries are masking all the pain. I symbolize the vigilance, we need to rise above it. It makes it hard to breathe when we're living in the flames. So make rhythms and we influence the youngers. It's like we plant the seed and watch them grow into the names.
Lately I've been studying Ibrahim Traore. What it takes to make change, blood and tears, that they assure me. Stripes and gun range, bodyguards at every doorway. Civil rights to sustain this peace over Wahala. If we had to fight, we had to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara. Who are you when you can change all the fortunes of your people? I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breathe through.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into grey. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain.
was numbing, stressing.
Well, Akamesh gets the Rubik's Cube done just in time. A 4-2 lead for Kinatrope. I feel like a little bit of maybe forcing just in the last couple of rounds, trying to, you know, be that sort of ultra aggressive and just swing everything and do it early in the round. Felt like they kind of moved away from their fundamentals and almost went ranked mode at times. 5-1 opening kills in their favor, but interestingly, in a half where they clearly looked very good, they actually never got the plant down, so it was not really a big focus of theirs. And that just kind of suggests to me they just wanted to back themselves in that half on the attack, get the entry kills, win the gunfights. I don't think they were too fussed about the overall strategic level play in this game in terms of focusing on getting into good plant positions and then post-plant positions thereafter. And that kind of just left the door slightly ajar for a couple of rounds to go the way of RRX, and they capitalized. They get 2 rounds. They have to go into the attack now, which probably won't be too easy, and we wait for this technical timeout.
It should be under a minute. We're just getting UU back into the server. An unfortunate disconnect for him towards the tail end of that last round, but to the credit of RRX, they were able to remain focused and did a good job in converting that. And I think if this was any other team, I'd still be going into the second half with a pretty positive outlook for them, given it is bank and it can be attacker-sided, but I don't know, it still feels like a pretty big hurdle to jump over. And factoring in RX's inability to attack on this map with admittedly limited data will no doubt, is aiding me in reaching that conclusion, but we've got to see how it plays out first, as the bans will roll through, all 10 players inside the server and ready to go. It's likely going to be a hard breach denial ban set here from RRX and info focus on the side of Kinatrope. And so Dockerby Blitz accompanies Kaigid and Castle on the bench.
Look back at the highlights from the previous round. Again, it started really well. Just their ability to get some good spacing, catch those off towards main stairs. They overswung blue stairs, which was Okamesh. And I think, again, it's very easy. You're up 4-1. You're a former player, now a coach that's getting the opportunity to play on game night. You're excited. You're playing the Deimos, but you just don't really need to solo swing blue stairs on a basement side bank when it's naturally going to be held by a shotgun player. It's just a poor swing unless he's got someone with him. Maybe he did, we didn't quite see it, but it didn't look like it.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, low percentage.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But I think, I mean, depending on what this second half brings, this is kind of the way I maybe expected tonight to go. As I said before, not that Okamesh is bad. He's clearly not. He's a player. He's got experience as a player. But, you know, a substitute does just change the dynamics a little bit. And so rather than seeing them maybe win in that 7-1 fashion, it might be closer to that sort of 7-2, 7-3. And it's kind of panning out to be that way, I think. We'll see what they can do on the defense. Lock a CCTV to begin for Kinatrope. Looking to...
He is on a wild roam this round, by the way, Alchemash.
lock themselves into top 4, which they haven't done yet.
Yeah, Clay trying to keep Duro at bay over towards dirt.
Garage lurk, by the way. And one by Maowu.
Not bad. Took a chunk of damage, but can still be at least perceived pressure for the rest of this round. We might see Kinatrope aggress and try and get the kill.
I mean, I don't know what Okamesh is doing, genuinely. Like, he's the coach. Like, I mean, that is just like the second round in a row. He's just 2 very low percentile plays. Like, they're throwing. Nice nitro cells from
quite winnable.
Dua didn't know what to do, and then Yu just steps into the firing range of Akayu. Well, Eclair and Akayu are the ones that look like they're playing with a semblance of an idea, and Jinom now is so low on health that, yeah, that goes from winnable to now favoritism again for Kinetro, despite an ugly start to the round. But Jinom with the vendetta. Down to Eclair. Again, very, very doable considering the health margins. They know exactly where he is.
I think they should just prioritize getting this plant down, so Jinom will go for it. Mal will hold the cross from garage side. They are still both low. One shot to each will get the kills required.
I mean, he should know that Mao is probably playing garage still. He was the Nook lurk. Oh, you spotted him.
Oh.
Yeah, again, panic, right? Because that's plant goes down, and naturally in the post plant, you don't get a lot of time, but it only had just gone down. 1v2. You know they're low. At least you should. And you know he's roughly garage side. And he clearly did. It just kept moving. It's like he just held down W and just couldn't stop. Yeah, Kinetro, I'm not going to lie, they kind of need a timeout very quickly here because they've now lost 3 of the last 4 rounds, and they look a little bit poor.
Yeah, they're not bringing that same conviction into some of these rounds like we've seen previously tonight, where the favored team is dominant. They need to rein it in a little bit here. They're giving way too much space and opportunity to RRX. On basement side, I'd just be locking it down and make RRX chip away at the control. Instead, they're worrying about roaming and making low percent plays. It's just...
Bomb located by attackers.
It's not the way to play this kind of matchup.
You're giving your opponent an in. That's the way I look at it.
10 seconds left.
We'll see if they change that I guess, attitude a little bit here in the 8th round. Otherwise, RRX, they deserve to be back in this game because they're punishing him, the mistakes and the sloppiness from Kinetro.
Yeah, they're leaning heavily into the rappel game at the moment over towards the lobby, seeing if maybe they can catch a member of this defense off guard. Range hard breach as well for Habana. And that will be in an attempt likely to open up Kanto. There is, though, the bandit counter for the side of Kinetro. Gatorada is currently below, though.
Ooh.
Nakamesh is so hungry.
He looks like the kind of player that hasn't played a Pro League match for a while, and he's just so eager to just shoot. He just needs to calm. Someone needs to just tell him, just chill, just chill. And to be fair, they are chilling.
Gatorada's on here, by the way. Gatorada is on here. He should be on first here. I have no idea. He catches the right time. Yep.
It's one. No more, though. But good enough onto the buck. And also shows that presence on that first floor. Don't think RX will be able to hunt for too long. Akuzu is giving it a look, though. He pushes into archives. Has fallen all the way back over to towers. Yeah, I mean, shocking, right? You give less of an opportunity to RRX. They're playing the repel game. They're naturally a little bit slower. Great nitro shot from Gatorada. And RRX are finding it far more difficult to get themselves into a winning position this round because, quite simply, Kinetro, guess what? Now they're no longer making mistakes. They're keeping good lockdown positions. They're not providing anything for these players in the repel. Mao has found nothing top square. And the time is now starting to go against them on the attack. Claire with the swing over towards Stock. And again, I mean, even then, that's much better. Rather than staying and taking that fight, he backs out. He knows there's 20 seconds. You can, at this point, give over that position. Maui wants to push off this smoke, but there's just too many players on the other side of it. 15 seconds leaves you no time. Yu still has to layer the util from the Capital, then has to repel in. It's forcing this deep set now from RX, but they haven't cleared out any of these positions. Look at Maui's just checked 3 positions in the span of a second. Flawless in the end for Kinetro. That's much better.
Yeah, they reined it in that round and well rewarded. You can certainly make a fair argument that Gatorada down below Tellers was in a pretty aggressive position, but even then, still had the discipline to tuck, made sure his position wasn't known, then found an opportunity to push forward and got good value from the Nitro Cell as well. And then the rest of the defense, which were defending on the fringe, were able to peel back towards the objective and just use time as the perfect win condition. There was also Maestro utility up as well. And so they didn't have to concern themselves with finding information there in the late round. It was already available to them. As we prepare for round 9, open area. And if Kinatrap continue to remain locked in here, don't think there'll be too many rounds left in this one.
Yeah, and I think they would know they've clearly got the wood over RX in this matchup. I mean, we saw it in the first 3 rounds. It was 3-0, and I thought this was going to follow the script of the other games, 7-0, 7-1. Clearly it hasn't, mainly because Kinatrap decided to start trolling a little bit. And so once they reel it back in, they get the result that pretty much suggests to them, yeah, look, we reeled it in flawless. We can just win this by just, you know, playing smart siege. But then, again, teams can sometimes see that 8th round, and that gives them a license to be like, okay, well, we're 5-3 up again. We know we can always just fall back and play the kind of brand of siege that will guarantee a round win. So let's go back to trolling for a round, have some fun.
Nothing to report at my location.
We'll see if that is what's going to happen in this 9th round. Staff an open area. Kuzu is chasing Okamesh. Does get the kill into Jinnum. Might get traded here pretty quick. Oh, he just spotted him main stairs. Oh, a little fortunate. They did lose Kawau. Okamesh knows main stairs is the pressure point, so he holds the angle. A little late on the reaction, though, and Akuzu gets away.
Yeah, he'll just run out garage and back up the ramp. Pretty low percentage to go back and take on that fight. Although he does have the radar, so maybe he'll elect to. Seems to be concerned with the re-aggress, but either way, elsewhere, 2nd floor control. You can get to work with Vert. 1 breach remains for him, 1 auto breacher. And then Mal on the Monty. He'll be key in probably helping facilitate this drop into the site with stock hatch now open. That's probably the most likely route for them. Kuzu will finally vacate and give up on that position. Very much advantage Kinotrope at this point in time. They've been given some respite here by the attack and an opportunity to recompose themselves and establish these anchor positions for the final push. Oh, he spots out Gatorada, who faces his back to Akuzu.
What is he shooting at?
Either way, there survives.
Hold it! Enemy nearby.
This is a very winnable round for RX. I mean, Gatorada's not on side. He's pushing back top floor. Now they're pushing in. Kaya had to get that one onto Duo and then got rid of Malware onto the Monty. Gives a bit of hope for those who are looking to retake the site. Claire, though, was able to hold on anyway. Kinotrope get themselves onto match point. The opportunity goes begging for RX and must now win 3 straight to force overtime.
Yeah, that'll be a disappointing round for them. The final setup there is actually pretty promising. Just couldn't clear open area effectively, and the Monty was dealt with pretty sharply there from Kinotrope. And yeah, a shame because Gatorada got taken out of play there. Lobby side, he was on cam. He wasn't going to have a ton of impact in that round, and it was up to RX to go for that clean exi on the site. Not to be. And now they'll no longer be able to walk away with all 3 points in this matchup, which is only going to further compromise their run towards the finals. And of course, every expectation that Kinotrope are going to walk away with the 3 tonight. Basement up next for the defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, that's some nice shooting from Eclair. Interestingly, the lowest rated player on the team this stage, guys, 23-27, now 11-2 in this game. It's going to prop him up massively in terms of the stage KD numbers.
5 seconds left.
Claire having well, I mean, I'm going to assume his best performance for the stage so far in this game. And unfortunately for RRX, a loss here. And I think even with the overtime result too, they can no longer make top 4. That was probably always a given, but now it's the reality. Seems to be a pretty obvious gap, the bottom 3 versus the other 5. And even if there are also probably gaps within those 5, it's the wider 5 versus the bottom 3 gap. That's clearly evident here in APAC North. Even Kinotrope playing with their coach tonight. It's still been relatively easy.
Changing mags.
Yeah, it's been pretty smooth sailing. Only when they've really lessened their grip on the match has RX been able to capitalize in most other elements and aspects of the game. Kinotrope have certainly been the better of the two. Basement defense as mentioned. Blue Stairs hold from Eclair. Rest of the team to lock down site with garage presence from Kowal. Triple Nitro available to the defense and the Warden to counter Glaz. RX have taken map control pretty successfully. Jinnah will lurk Garage. And the rest of their utility being deployed into first floor to open hatches. And we'll see if they posture for a blue side in through server or maybe back hit could be on the cards here.
Well, this is a pretty big commit from Maui, dropping down elevators on the Glaz. Plenty of other smokes remaining, not just on him, but also Jinnah and Duo. Of course, just the time that remains, though, for the attack. As Kayu sits in vault, good position to be, considering a back hit on basement site from RX. Arata as well, in a good position. Oh, the creep up is not going to work for Maui, despite the fact that Akuzu got the opening kill. Duo taken low inside a vault. Good drop from Yu to find that kill on the Gatorado. Nakamesh falls. We aren't done here on Bank. We're going to need another round. Akayu actually gets that and gets that one as well. We might not need another round the way that Akayu just put the shotgun to good use. And that's Kit. This is where you play the time. But why are you pushing? 1v1. There's no time. Akuzu swings. He did a spin. I don't know what the hell is just going on. Well, Akayu clutches up for Kinotrope. They almost squandered that opportunity to close it then and there. Alkamesh gets the win. And he solved the Rubik's Cube as well. In the end, all 3 points go the way of Kinotrope Gaming and temporarily find themselves up into second place.
Yeah, positive result for them in the end, 7-3. Basically in line with what we expected. I think if they maybe did a little less trolling or a little more locked in a couple more rounds, it probably would have been a 7-1 to 7-2, but ultimately it doesn't really matter all too much. And they did a good job to stabilize. Yes, Okamesh, a lot of experience, but still a substitute. I have no doubt it would have shaken them up a little bit in terms of strategy, but they were able to rely on a pretty handy strapbook there on Bank. And you're right, it puts them up into second spot. And who knows, maybe that's where they'll end up at the end of this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, kind of looking back at this game, you can clearly tell that if Kinotrope were to have come into this game needing, let's say, round differential, I think they could have easily won this 7-1, 7-0. When they decided to really lock in and finish the job, they were obviously the better team, and we knew that as well. But they did sometimes take their foot off the pedal at times, go for some silly plays, do some maybe not so smart things, and that certainly kept the game going, and credit to IRX for punishing it at those points in time. But Yeah, obviously the better team. Akayu with a huge performance, 158 EPS, 13 and 5. Eclair, a good game as well, 11 and 3. But yeah, in the end, I think we got the expected result. I kind of said that if we had have probably seen the full lineup involved, maybe that 7-1 kind of scoreline would have been apt. But even though Okumesh wasn't bad by any means, I think whenever you have a substitute, you probably add an extra round or two to the scoreboard, and that's ended up how it went.
Yeah, again, I don't think we've really seen anything too unexpected in this matchup. Played out in the fashion that was anticipated. There's obviously still question marks over the ability for that to be a super definitive result, but we can't expect every game to be a 7-0, 7-1, right? So it was still dominant, and it was still a good day out for them.
All right, let's go and chat with Okumesh after their win and after getting back into the server. Okumesh, it looked like you just had a lot of fun back inside of the server, getting to frag out. I'm assuming that's how things went, but I want to ask you more as a coach how you felt that game went coming into tonight rather than as a player.
Okay, as a coach, I think we pretty well on picking counter of opponent strat. Like if they are doing Oryx retake, maybe they have when they are defending basement, they bring Echo and Oryx, so they wanted to retake maybe from I think lobby touch, but of course we could predict it, and then we were ready for that. So I think we were very worked well on the picking the opponent strat counter. I think, yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on the win, Okumesh. Is this going to be a one-off, or can we expect you to maybe play a couple more games this year?
Nah. Just I think I don't know, but I has trouble for today, and he couldn't come today, so sorry, I didn't want to join as a player because I'm already washed. I think, I wanted to have more better performance, to be honest, but anyways, we won. Okay, and Equia and everyone carried me. Thanks so much for that. Yeah. Not anymore.
Obviously, tomorrow, Okumesh, you guys are going to be playing Tripmate and Telecom. They've had a rough stage. I understand you're going to treat every game seriously, and your focus will turn to tomorrow. But I can't help but kind of look ahead a little bit to the final playday against CAG. And that's probably always in the back of your mind as well when you think about APAC North as a region. CAG have historically been, at the top end of it for a long time. What do you guys need to do, I guess, not just for that game, but also going into finals to start to match that level of Cyclops?
We need to prepare as they have super individual power, and they every single time if we have today we went to the 5v3 situation, but we lost the 5v3 situation as an attacker. Like that, Cyclops has more big individual performance. They're gonna clutch, surely. They're gonna try to clutch. They're gonna win every single gunfight. So we need to know more. We need to focusing improving individual performance by us. We need to more focus on the system or strategy, and then we need to avoid taking solo fight, and then we need to solve one by one, then we need to try to fix everything. That's my opinion. Yep.
Can't help but notice you've got the old Team Bliss Oda jersey behind you on the wall. That looks very, very nice, Okumesh. Yeah, love that. Thank you so much as representing the OSA region. Thanks for coming on and having a chat as well, and obviously best of luck for tomorrow, and hopefully we can talk to you again.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Well, Okumesh had fun inside of the server, guys, but as per his words, it's not a long-term foray back into gaming competitively, let's just say. 7-0, 7-1, 7-3 does leave room for a 7-2, but I'm not sure that Scars would like that result if that were to transpire, because they would be the likely ones to end up with the 2 rather than the 7.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to rely on how does CAG play today. I genuinely wouldn't be shocked if it ends up being a 7-2. That's no disrespect to Scars. CAG, as said in the interview by Okumesh, they just have star individual players and they could really dominate in this matchup. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but CAG firm favorites.
Absolutely. Well, one more game to go for tonight, and it will be after our break.
처음에 공개됐을 때 트레일러를 보고 이게 진짠가 하고 좀 현실 부정도 했었고, 그리고 진짜인 걸 알았을 때 엄청 기뻤고, 이제 옛날에 제 정감이 가던 캐릭터 중 하나니까 막 주변 사람들한테 얘기도 하고 했는데, 이게 제가 5살 때 즐겨하던 거다 보니까 이게 최근에 그 저보다 어린 선수들한테는 약간 그 모르는 이야기더라고요. 그래서 좀 씁쓸하면서도 저 혼자 재밌어하는 그런 상황입니다. 지금 팀은 살짝 자유로운 분위기가 좀 더 강한 것 같고요. 제 역할도 뭐 그냥 OP 캐릭터? 좋은 캐릭터 그냥 아무거나 골라서 하는 거고, 지금 팀의 분위기가 뭐 서로 훨씬 친하기도 하고, 이제 언어도 한국어로 소통해서 편하기도 하고, 환경 자체는 좋은 것 같아요. 사실상 형 역할을 하는 건 저희 지금 헤드코치 맡고 있는 동욱이 하고 있고요. 그 저보다 나이 높은 선수는 이제 데믹, 저는 아직 24이라 한 중간 정도인 것 같아요. 지금 클라우드9과 비교를 하면 지금 많이 메타도 바뀌고 시대도 변하고 해서, 뭐 그때는 되게 체계적이고 살짝 딱딱한 느낌으로 우직하게 이긴다고 하면, 지금은 약간 자유자재한 플레이 스타일이라 픽도 자유자재로 바꾸고, 전 팀에 있을 때는 많이 했었던 것 같은데, 뭐 이번 팀에는 다 그래도 경력 있고 다 게임 이해도 높은 멤버들이라서 뭐 다 알아서 잘해가지고 괜찮은 것 같아요. 지금 이번 스테이지에서 제일 이기고 싶은 팀은 아무래도 D 플러스 기아인 것 같아요. 그리고 사실상 제일 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 걔네만 이기면 지역 1위 또는 뭐 브라질과 맞먹는 수준으로 갈 수 있다고 생각해가지고 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
So we return for our final match of this evening for play day 5 of APL APAC North, and it's an old rivalry that's been around a long time. Scars versus CAG. Unfortunately though for Scars, not quite in a good position as Cyclops, who are atop of the standings, and so will go in as favorites. And well, for CAG guys, their eyes firmly set on EWC, only the one slot in the region, but they'd love to be there, and I'm sure you guys at home would love to be there as well. If you're going to be in the vicinity, R6S15, get yourself 15% off and go get your tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge scale event, so if you are able to make it, don't hesitate and take that opportunity. Excited for this matchup, right? Because while CAG certainly on paper should be considered firm favorites, and I still stand by that, when you look at the head-to-head between these two orgs, it paints a very different picture. All the way back to the end of 2023 up until now, it's actually 2-5 in favor of Scars. So just take that with a grain of salt when we make these assumptions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different beast, though, at the moment with the way that CAG have been playing this stage. They're 28 round wins, 9 round losses, so a plus 19 round differential. And they're beaten up on some good teams as well. So on the opening player day, you had CAG versus D+, and what a game that turned out to be. 7-5, then 7-0 over RX, 7-3 over FearX, who are clearly having a pretty good stage, and then 7-1 over Triple Main Telecom. So they've beaten the good teams and they've demolished the bad teams, and I think that sets them in good stead, clearly, that they're just the best team in the region. Scars on the flip side, well, they lost to Kinetro, they beat Can You Be My Enemy, they lost to D+, and then they beat RX. So really the difference between the two teams for me, guys, is clearly both teams are able to beat the bad teams. But CAG's clearly able to beat the good teams, and right now Scars have shown they can't quite beat those good teams.
Yeah, CAG have certainly impressed, and it feels like long gone are the days where domestically some of these results were unpredictable, and they were they had less of an ability to be dominant and to be disciplined. So it's nice that they've been able to cast that aside. As we have a look across at their opponents for tonight, Scars, they too have had some pretty good moments, but equally a couple of blemishes over their run so far in the group stage. I think most concerningly for these, when you look at their record, both a 7-5 loss to Kinotrope and to DK, that really strikes me as being potentially costly when it comes to probably more so a seeding discussion as opposed to an outright top 4 qualification. But they just probably haven't quite had that additional gear. They've been a good team, but they probably haven't been great, and certainly by extension not as good as I think they actually really can be. You look across at some of the players on this team and some of their ratings over the course of the stage so far. I've got Nina listed as the 3rd rated player in the region so far, and Yuki's isn't trailing too far behind in 7th. So there's a lot of talent on this roster. They've just fallen short, and sometimes that can be the nature of the best of 1 format. 7-5s are coin flips. But unfortunately for them, they still need to lock in and try to fight hard to make the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for Scars, when you kind of look at the way that I kind of framed it before, it's that sort of top 5 v bottom 3. Well, they're in that top 5. The problem will be the actual top 4 of the 5 just look a little bit better than Scars overall. And their run home is intriguing, where of course CAG tonight, then VRX, then Triple Main Telecom. They're not going to get into the top 4 with only a win against TMT. They're going to have to get at least one against either CAG tonight or VRX, maybe both, depending on how things go. The VODs looks like Nighthaven Labs versus Clubhouse. The Dub House will get it through. CAG starting on the defense.
Yeah, and looking across the record for both of these two teams, it's number 1 preference for CAG, number 3 Scars, so it's right up there as a comfort map for both teams. CAG with a 3-1 record. Attacker defense just slightly eclipsing 50%. Scars with just the 2 matches played, and those numbers are skewed a little bit, being one of those last played against RRX, a 7-1, and a little stat boost for them. But given the high preference nature of this map, a map that they've only both banned out once, it'll be comfortable for both of them, and I think it will set itself up to be an intriguing matchup. CAG, they're favorites, but maybe that could be a little deceiving, and Scars can compete tonight.
Yeah, 100%. They got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Big game for Scars. For CAG, they're going to be able to lock their place into finals with a win in this game, and the question will then be, after tonight, a case of what seeding position they can actually finish with going through the final few play days. As we know right now, they've got the round differential against everyone else pretty comfortable, and their run home at that Can You Be My Enemy tomorrow, they should win that comfortably. Kinatropa on the final day, a similar sort of matchup to maybe the one tonight. So I wonder if they can even get through regular season completely undefeated, which would be a really good feat. And we know that CAG can do really well regionally. It's international where they struggle and just don't have the ability to dominate the way that they do here. They kind of go from dominating their region to then being dominated internationally. That's the next step for CAG. But to work on that next step, you got to qualify again. And so we'll see how they go come finals. Ying, Capitao, Kaid, Bandit will be the bands.
Yeah, they've been able to take that next step domestically. It's all about whether or not they can transpose that internationally, where the difficulty of doing that is magnitudes higher than domestically, where evidently we've seen a pretty definite top couple of teams and a bottom handful. And so in a similar vein to kind of like Weibo, for instance, there's always going to be question marks as to whether or not they're truly being tested locally. I think it's probably fair to say not really. And it means that when they go internationally, they need to take those opportunities and scrim like hell and just get as much playtime at a high level as they possibly can, which, if they do that correctly, it's a pretty positive feedback loop, typically, where they'll be able to come back and play even better and sort of compound from there. Now, basement is the first site of choice. And I'm hoping we get an early read here from Scars as to whether or not they'll be switched on today. As said before, the org head-to-head over the last several years is 5-2 in favor of Scars. And whilst, again, take that with a grain of salt, given a magnitude of changes across the board in the game and whatever, but it's still just an intriguing little fun fact that these two Japanese rosters, when they go toe-to-toe, it's not just been the CAG show.
I think the start's going to be ultra important for Scars. Can they, get a couple of upset attacking round wins here on Clubhouse? The Clubhouse, though, funnily enough, obviously being from Oceania, we know Clubhouse is pretty defender-sided in our region. But yeah, APAC North has not always had that same history statistically. As Nina gets the opening kill onto Anaton, Chibisu, whilst pushing for the trade, eventually does achieve it. It is defender-sided, though, this stage in the region, sitting at 61%, tied with Chalet, funnily enough. Chibisu caught on the cross with a little pinch over towards Lounge. A very aggressive start from both teams, considering it's a 3v3 on the basement site. Still plenty of time remaining. Wreck on 1 HP. I probably would rather be in CAG's position, and I do like the fact that you've still got Fishlike on the Monty, a couple of payload calls as well on the full health Yukiz. I'm just worried about the 1 HP Wreck. 2 gas babes still for DD Man, naturally playing defense basement. I think there's a slight edge to CAG. That it's slight.
Yeah, it's pretty fine margins at the moment. 60 seconds, and Scars have found themselves a little stalled out. Wreck will go garage side, so he'll potentially look to hit blue late. He's so low on HP, though. His role is more sort of open up the round maybe for the Monty, actually. Smoke Util, though, to stall that out. Final gas babe from DD Man. Now, with 45 seconds to go, it neutralizes a little bit. CAG don't have a ton of utility left outside of the Razor Blooms pre-placed. And Scars are eager to try and extract value from this Monty.
Saka goes down. DD Man catching out Fishlike, though. Oh, lovely kill from Sharif onto Wreck. I mean, he was low on health, but he still hit the headshot anyway. So Yuki's down the hallway, looking for the 1v2 pop up, but it's DD Man that hits the headshot. Well, we just had a coach sub in as a player tonight in Knockout match. DD Man did that a little while back and has not relinquished his position. Rightfully so. He's been a good addition for CAG. Smart player. And inside of the survey, he's been more than capable. CAG will take the opening round, but yeah, maybe not to the overall liking. A little bit sloppy. But a win is a win.
Yeah, probably could have done a little bit of a better job escorting Jibisu back down secret. But they were able to recompose themselves. They had got Wreck really low. They were then able to execute the pinch with the smoke criminal play onto the Monty. And so I think they made the best of what was, at times, a little bit of an awkward situation there for CAG. And I wouldn't pencil that down as too dominant of a round for sure. These guys showed some good fight and some positive signs in the early half of that attack. Over to Jim Bedroom for the follow-up. And it's the clash here for Anderton. Catch as well for the defense. So indicative that they'll maybe look to set him up somewhere to be a power player. We often do see that clash early cash side, and anticipate we may see something similar here from CAG. Although currently Bedroom at the moment. Elsewhere, kennels to be disrupted, so perceived pressure on the map clear, but it's a pretty definitive stack at the moment, Jacuzzi for Scars, and so that may lend itself into being a more direct hit and approach here from the attack as opposed to going all the way across.
Detected. Second floor.
Yeah, so far heavy emphasis over towards Jacuzzi. But into the mirror window, I mean, it is almost dealt with. Just got to eat probably one more impact from Zaka, so eventually we're sure we'll get this open. Anderton trying to be a nuisance as well. Really, this is just all about denying as long as possible the destroying of the mirror window, but at some point Scarlets will be able to brute force their way to getting this destroyed. It has eaten up a lot of the clock though, and not really a lot of headway made on the other side of the map, like a cash to con side push. I wonder if this might end up being just sort of Jacuzzi plus Logi. Although Pishlake has made his way in quietly now through kennels. Washoy also does actually get the kill onto Zaka. Chibisu falls. Big battle to be won by DD Man. He does at least win the 1v1. Anderton losing a lot of life on the clash. Scars, the brute force is working wonderfully. This is too easy. COG have just been completely destroyed. DD Man's having a great start to the game, but it will not continue. And Scars are on the board. Great attack in the gym bedroom, but have to beg the question for CAG because fundamentally that is as one-dimensional attack as you will see. It's a Jacuzzi push where they just walk through and kill everyone.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just the case that it was largely full Jacuzzi there towards the end. It wasn't a surprise hit really at all there. It was postured very early from Scars. They broadcast that's what they were going for. They opened kennels early and then there was no presence on that side of the map outside of that singular lurk. A lot of the util layering, a lot of the pressure was being mounted on Jacuzzi's side, and they, I think, positionally got a little bit caught out and exposed there in that round. So fair play to Scars. They backed themselves in for that. Makes me wonder a little bit as to how they'll posture here for CC. Certainly seen teams more so recently favoring conside hits and not concerning themselves with rafters clear, and we'll see if that ends up being the case here. But yeah, certainly positive for Scars. A good little response after the opening round. And it's also back-to-back opening kills for them, which as well is also quite positive. So CAG have been put on notice early.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Razor Blue Mouse, reload! As designed, Chiba activated. Loading new mag. CCE ready for slow-mo.
CAG been pretty brutal this stage in most of their matches. they can sometimes also have the tendency to have an off night where they just give their opponent opportunities. And so far, 2 rounds, 2 attacking opening kills for Scars. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. They look pretty switched on, and they know what's at stake. This would be a huge result. A win for Scars tonight would actually put them level with D+, and depending on round differential, could even put D+ back out of the top 4. It's been a good start for DD, man. We'll see if he can continue. Playing the mirror, has 1 or 2 nitro cells for CAG. Heavy extension on a cache CCTV site. They're really investing on this gym bedroom hold.
Yeah, minute 30 and Scars are giving little wriggle room to CAG as they consolidate their positions east side. Well, at least that's where Fishlike is currently on the Monty. Drops down to Kennels. Maybe they shape up eventually here for the rafters clear with a late pivot. They have the air jabs to deal with Anaton.
Position secured.
Breach pressure. But it does feel like quite a late call here from Scars if they are to commit. This could be...
He's got help. He's got Sharib. I don't think this is the right play when you only have the Nomad. It's not like there's a Capitao to help. But Yuki's gets the kill anyway onto Zaka, and they've just lost Sharib to Wreck. I mean, Scars are just getting gunfights. Like, they just... Like, CAG is just losing all their gunfights. In every... Like, I don't know if there's much else to it. Like, you shouldn't be losing rafters like that. Clash's army, double hold rafters, no real utility to win the position. They just get outshot. And now it's a 4v2 when Scars have basically sat on the roof for over half the round. And Rek knows there's probably one tucked in on the corner. Baits out the shots. Decides to double back down, but doesn't matter. At this point, you could just overwhelm the site. How's that for another attacking round? 2-1 lead for Scars against CAG. I mean, they're just out shooting them.
Yeah. Yeah, the early signs are a little unsettling here for CAG, where Scars are making some interesting pivot calls, and maybe that is what's partially throwing them off, but they're not having to layer or dump much util into these power positions. They're just winning them out. With gunfights, as you've alluded to, losing rafters there for CAG was, yeah, pretty poor the way in which they executed that. Credit, though, to Scars. Again, I don't know the longevity of this approach, if it's actually going to continue to work, because all it takes is for CAG to switch on a little bit mechanically, and I think they'll run into problems, but yeah, it's working so far, and so tricky to critique. Down to basement for round 4. Monty and Mirror will additionally be banned out. Mirror was selected in the last 2 rounds, and Monty selected a total of 2 out of the 3 so far.
And obviously it needs to be noted with the bans, right? So they don't have access to Capitao. They don't have access to the Ying. So that's quite a bit of quote-unquote utility that you would typically see from an attacking team, certainly on Clubhouse. Now they've gotten rid of the Monty. And the Monty's been used twice by Scars in this first half. Although I don't think Fishlike's Monty play is a reason for the round wins. Again, I just genuinely think they're just outgunning them in a lot of areas. What's kind of ended up happening is CAG has taken away the utility of Scars, but Scars have taken away the wall denial of Kaid and Bandit. So they're bringing a lot of Hibana and they're bringing a lot of Thermite. And they're opening up walls and they're creating space and they're pivoting late. And then they're just winning the gunfights. But as you said, if CAG switched on mechanically, well, that's going to put a stopgap to the plans for Scars. At that point, then what do you shift to then after that? You're going to lack the utility. You don't have the Monty anymore. So their kind of 1A game plan is to pretty much win gunfights. So far, they're doing it. They're going to need to continue to do that in this half. But, I mean, admittedly, you've already got 2 attacking rounds on Clubhouse. This is already a really good position for Scars to be in. Back to basement we go. And if they win this, the pressure will mount on CAG massively. I think they'll call a timeout if they lose this round.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far from both perspectives. Scars have brute forced a couple of rounds, and CAG have been under fire early. Since selected here for round 4, alongside Clash, pardon me, alongside Blitz. So I'm intrigued to see what Washoy's thinking will be here, and where he's looking to try and deploy that utility, if it's for drop or to cover the long cross. An operator that doesn't frequently get playtime on this site, so that will be the wild card in the round for Scars to try and leverage. On the defensive side, they'll rely on typically the Echo and the Fenrir here. Look to gather info. Just the single Nitro for Denial though against the hatch drop, so that could be a concern. Grim as well to gather info, and you can see that onto Anaton currently. But a pretty default basement stack at the moment from CAG.
I think Scars are just going to pick a position, rush it, go for kills. They're going to go ROUs through the kitchen hatch, probably drop and dirt push from Fishlake and create an overload in towards Arsenal. And while the way that they've been shooting so far this game, then that's going to set them up for success. Yeah, that's a lot of damage taken from Fishlake, but it's mainly because, yeah, I mean, he should be dead. I think Scars left this a little too late. They've kind of overcooked this one. I think they realized at very, very last second that they didn't have that dirt position dealt with early enough, and so they ended up having to rush. Fishlake had to run through the flames. You play the kitchen drop. You just don't see that in the modern era of Siege these days, and CAG finally win one because, well, structurally far more sound. Basement site on Clubhouse, and Scars just, yeah, their pacing really let them down in that round. Didn't give themselves enough breathing room. If they had got that dirt control at about the 30-35 second mark and had already dealt with the flames and gotten deep dirt, basically facing in towards Arsenal, would have been a whole different round, but just left everything too late.
Yeah, basement's definitely been a stronghold for them. The kind of site where typically it's far easier to lean into utility, and that wasn't totally the case in how they dealt with the dirt pressure, but they had that fallback option and ultimately not needed. So good work there from CAG, but they need to try and find success elsewhere. Second floor yet to win a defensive round. We go back to Gym Bedroom as they did back in round number 2. They don't have the mirror available this time. They also elect not to bring the Clash. They also aren't bringing the Thorn into play, nor the Wamai. So it's strat number 2 here for CAG. They're looking to, I think, very much just simplify here. This is a very classic style of lineup with Goyo and Smoke for the stall. Zaka has the license of the Warden to do sort of as he pleases. Anaton, of course, will do some good anchor work alongside Sharif. The kid barriers on this side are pretty powerful in denying those lines of sight from the balcony. Scars last time did a bit of posturing kennels earlier, then outside of one lurk, basically fully stacked Jacuzzi. I imagine they're not going to try and do that again.
Yeah, I wonder if CAG have got a kind of read as to what's happening here. Scars just getting into good positions to flood, take gunfights. CAG, I think the best change-up they can do is just play far more into the util game. You know, play Denag, use gas babes, try and funnel Scars where you want them to be funneled, defend the positions you want to defend. The Scars have also shown a pretty slow pace here in Clubhouse too. So you look at the opening kills, 3 of the 4 rounds have been under a minute left in the round. And until here, this is halfway through the round. But even this is, you know, still not exactly rapid. They do get the kill on the Jibisu though. Good pick from Washui. And again, yeah, Scars have dominated this fashion though. 4 or 5 rounds, opening kill on the attacker club. Double up from Nina onto Sharif. Like, how are they just...
He just jumped in.
Just...
That's crazy. He jumps in, gets the pick, and jumps out. That shouldn't be allowed from CAG. That's an oversight. They just don't have the same level of comfort on this top floor compared to basement. It's pretty evident that Scars are making them uneasy. I don't know if CAG have the answers required here. This round looks highly unlikely, and then CCTV cash up next. Looks dangerous too.
They just don't look ready for it. Yeah, that's better. I mean, at that point, maybe that's the answer. Get on the front foot yourself. If they're going to be doing these kind of moves, you need to do it back. I don't know what he thought was outside the window. Maybe just a hope and a prayer, but no one on the balcony. And the Nitro Cell gets nothing. Better from Anaton as well. Well, fight fire with fire seems to be the last second change up in this 5th round from CAG. Double swing into a 3rd swing. Okay, they get aggressive. Instead of sitting back and holding ankles, now they get into the face of Scars and say, well, if you want to play like this, let's tango. And it leaves it in the 2v2. Anaton over towards the hallway. And with no help into Jim, Zaka gets one, but instantly traded. It's a 1v1. Anaton knows he can play the time. Fishlike will go for the plant, though, if he can get back into the site quickly, and he does. Anaton should be able to get there in time, and indeed will, provided he doesn't mess this up. There you go. There's a 3rd round for CAG acquired. A really solid adaptation mid-round as well. Actually, very late mid-round from CAG, where they just got far more on the front foot, started swinging, started to get aggressive. They knew full well that Scars were set up in these positions and able to jump in and jump back out and do what they wanted. So this time they disrupted. They take the lead.
Yeah, that was really clean work there from Anaton, who also showed good positional awareness there in the 1 versus 1 to force that plant down and then retake pretty swiftly. Yeah, clean work outside Jacuzzi, sitting back and anchoring against Scars is clearly and evidently over the course of these 3 rounds on the top floor being questionable. Being active on the front foot, catching them off, getting a decent timing here or there may well be the most optimal strategy, and we'll certainly get an insight to that now as we go back to cache CCTV, and CAG will hope it's the last time in this match they'll be defending this site. As with back at the replay package, it was a strong advantage for Scars, but they filtered up main and outside Jacuzzi, and Fishlike was left with no option but to stick that plant. Final round of the half. As it stands, Scars have won 4 of the 5 entry duels. And that's probably indicating why CAG are often finding themselves fighting from the back foot and being in these awkward positions.
Has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Keep us strikes through.
I mean, I've been impressed with Scars and their ability to kind of punish CAG's lack of awareness defensively. I mean, I think they should be pretty happy with 2 rounds. If you had said it was a 4-2 half at the start of this game, I would have said that's a win for Scars. Let's see then what they can do in the second half. So they still get another free swing in this final round of the half. And I wonder if this might be the round they just go and pick up that pace and ramp it up to 11, because they've been really slow in the early portion of the round. And CAG, if they're going for this kind of, again, they've got to play a bedroom, maybe not fully set, double stack rafters. If the ROUs go well up, and then you send a couple of calls out, you can kind of go fast on cache CCTV. Oh,
he's caught now.
I'm surprised Zaka didn't actually swing that while the drone was still moving.
Cautious approach there, probably not too unwise.
Yeah,
could have had a second player outside holding the line. So
yeah, it looked like he was thinking about it. Now, well, the pace from Scars clearly not going to be brought into this final round of the half, because we're into the final minute 20. Just positioned. Double stack outside breach. Not a lot over towards rafters again. The way that CAG lost this round last time was just Scars found angles and killed everyone. There was not really a lot of utility.
60 seconds.
There's only 1 RU left as well.
Yeah, it feels like a big build-up in this round. And it may hinge on Scar's ability to clear rafters that Sharif is firmly holding at the moment. He'll likely eat that call. Keeper goes out, takes the chunk of damage, but he'll just survive. Has coverage from Anderton. 40 seconds remain for Scars.
But there's no one doing anything for Scars. There's 5 players outside the building. There's no real emphasis on clearing rafters. They got no con pressure. They should never be winning this round as it stands. Anderton shuts down Washoy. That's Kit, by the way. Anderton does get traded. If Scars are going to win this, it's just going to be winning gunfights. Zaka holds top red. Nina pushes in. Gets the trade. Still got one coming in late from Conside. That's Chipisu. They got the numbers advantage again. Shotgun up close. Wreck it a 1v2. Hasn't got the time. Not going to be able to clear out rafters. And we're done for the half. CAG get to 4. A strange round of Cash and CCTV. It's CAG with a 2-round lead heading into the second half. Well, CAG get over a little bit of a hurdle in the first half after Scars started quite hot. They won 2 of the first 3 rounds. CAG able to win the last 3. They do get to that 4-2 scoreline. Scars now go defense. Probably, I'm going to be honest, I don't know which way this is going to go in the second half, which is honestly quite fun, though, considering the one-sided nature of the games over the last couple of days in the APL region. There's a good chance Scars could get rounds. There's a good chance CAG could just brute force on the attack. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, I think it's probably been just as difficult to predict as I kind of expected. Maybe not the way in which some of the rounds have played out have certainly been intriguing. Scars certainly having the confidence of brute force, a couple of them, but then last round, one where they fell back into their shell a little bit. And we'll see how this second one now looks to develop. Replay package of the last round. A lot of late round trades. Big stack breach from Scars. Can maintain pressure, and CAG pretty comfortably were able to win out that round. And so to Basin, we go as anticipated for Scars, who have to try and make up this deficit. And they're still in a tough position, but equally CAG not completely out of trouble just yet.
Seconds remaining.
Deploying jammer.
5 seconds left before
I feel like this round's going to be quite telling. Basement site
attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
looks pretty conventional. If you see AG bringing the ram, look to get kitchen control. Anderton can elect to push down main stairs. Saka can create pressure, maybe go for a blue side hit. And that's not going to work into the Monty. Good pace though to go straight through Meat Locker into kitchen with the boogie auto breach from Sharif. This is much quicker from CAG than what we saw from Scars in the first half. Now they do have the clash at least and can kind of block that Monty push down main stairs. Right, maybe a little bit of space for the Nitro Cells to be used from Nina and Yukiz. No mirror available, which does again indicate that CAG might want to go down main without having to worry about the defense having a mirror window at the triple wall.
And Scars just have to be a little careful here that they don't overexpose to the vert. Rek takes that as a cue to now fall back, and I'm interested to see where he actually likes to post up the clash here. Does he face it for the Hats job? Does he maybe play, looks like triple wall side? Take a bit of a more calculated risk. CAG in the meantime are going to continue their groundwork. Oh, pop hatch for the fast drop. Sharif now hugging triple. Oh, this is awkward. We got away with it.
And well, I mean, they got a nitro out of it as well.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse, especially with the gas pipe. The pressure though it is building at the moment. Scars have done a good job in withstanding it for now. They still have nitro. Evidently, Warden's still up. We're sure you can deploy late utility. CAG need to try and split this attack, so we'll see a lurk blue side eventually. Classic two-player split. And I think the round is likely going to hinge off that being a success.
The blanket on down, Anaton into Arsenal. The pit push works out. Shoy able to get a much-needed kill onto Zaka. Tries to just rush over to the Monty of Anaton. Knows that if that Monty stays alive, there's zero chance for Scars now in a 2v4. I'm getting dizzy right now watching Washoy. He has to keep moving for a reason because of that pressure from above, and only the clash remains. A successful push for CAG. Rek, I don't think is going to be afforded the space to deny this plant last second. Boy, he does get Anaton off the plant with the impact, but Chibisu has the hallway angle covered, and CAG gets a 5. Early attacking round on basement, and now that very much puts them in a solid position.
Yeah, that's a big round. Big confidence builder, and the way in which they were able to compound pressure in that round and not make any fatal mistakes was impressive. It got a little congested triple wall early after the moto drop, and that could have played out very, very differently with Scars better positioned or prepared for that, but it was one of those plays that, difficult to read or anticipate. 4 versus 2, 20 seconds on the clock, and Vashoy was completely overwhelmed with pressure, and I think one of the big sticking points of the round there for CAG was their ability to completely avoid Rek. Sometimes we see the clash stall out and disperse pushes, but Rek was not in a position to have any significant influence in that round, and there's now a 3-round lead for CAG. We'll see if they can confirm the 6th here up above Gym Bedroom.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's been a strange old game because it's 4 straight now for CAG. So the form line says they've got themselves now into a really commanding position in this game. Like, it's actually turned a little one-sided. When you win 4 rounds straight, it's a pretty telltale factor that you're better than your opponent. We know CAG is better than Scars. It's just the start of the game really let them down, and maybe they've been able to get over that hurdle. In the 4-round win streak, 4 alive, 1, 2, and 3. So there was that 1v1 with Anaton, which helped keep the good times going. Speaking of Anaton with the blowtorch on the Maverick to open up the breach. Just looking to open up a little hole at Kennels, and Nina gets caught. Should be revivable, but will be low on health.
Yeah, Scars look wary of the follow-up here immediately, but CAG aren't really in a position to find that, and so eventually Nina will be back on his feet, but goes without saying, low HP for the remainder of the round, and still a big win early here from CAG.
No one was set up in position, which is normal at this point in the round. It was really just a freebie. I mean, you're never really getting that knocked because you're looking for the kill. You're just trying to create the space off the breach, and you just happen to get downed. My concern is that Nina does still have that nitro cell, and he's the only one that has a nitro cell. So getting him back up, even though he is low, it's also a mini win too for Scars. Stay cash, maybe try and flip this nitro cell over the wall.
I wonder if Nina can have impact. No, too low on HP. That was a headshot regardless. 5 versus 4, CAG with a lot of time here as well.
Oh, good Candela onto Washoi, but he can just play behind the keeping barrier. Fish like Wreck get one apiece. Jibitsu keeps marching forward, gets the elimination onto Wreck. 3v3, forcing the rotate down to basement for Washoi away from top red. Leaves 2 in sight now for Scars. The Indian man creeping closer here on the balcony. Oh, and Jibitsu just walking through them. He's up to 13 and 4. Not gonna lie, that one has gotten away from me in terms of noticing just how dominant he's been actually in this game now. It's his second multi-kill round of the match. He's gonna need more. He goes down though, and Scars win the round.
Wow. Yeah, CAG probably had to kick into gear faster there after getting that kill Lodgy's side. They would have known that the top red player was transitioning to main stairs. I didn't quite capture as to whether or not he'd made that rotation yet by the time that push had initially come through, but yeah, just giving Scars an opportunity there to resettle. CAG would expect better there in the late round in that kind of situation where they mop it up and get the job done. Advantage after killing Nina right here, just a little slow in the follow-up. To be fair, there was still a stack of util on the site, which didn't help. But
I do wonder though, it was the rotation from Washoi, so he goes from red, instead of falling back to site, he actually rotates through secret basement, comes back up, and maybe they just kind of lost track of him. Just the ability to go and get that double kill late round like that, that's probably my inclination. One thing that, yeah, Scars have obviously done really well in this game is just winning their gunfights.
10 seconds to go.
What's interesting, actually, looking at the just looking at some of the numbers, right? So Scars are actually in the league so far this stage. The second highest cost percentage and the second highest survival percentage as well. Now, the actual KD numbers aren't as good as the other top 5 teams. Naturally, when you're not winning as many games as them, well, you can kind of put 2 and 2 together. But they're quite an efficient team, and so the fact that they're winning a lot of these fights tonight is, I guess, a reason why they're being competitive. And the fact they're on defense, there's every world wish, you know, from a 5-2 scoreline, they can bring this game back. So the Edgy are going to have to be at their best to close this one out. 1 away from at least acquiring a point, denying the 3 away from Scars.
yeah, Scars have done a good job in keeping CAG honest, but the question still remains unanswered as to whether or not they can do enough to flip this result. CAG is still in a good position, lurking currently in the 9th round. Is Washoi's position known from CAG? They seem precarious at the moment. Washoi, they certainly can't push him blind. He may look to go for a push later on. Oh, wallbang opportunity. Freebie. Well played.
That's a Washoi play rather than a Zaka mistake in my mind. That's just good heads-up play on the solo and what that operator can get for you. Really nicely done from Washoi. Losing the dock a bit at this point. Oh, great. Oh, hang on, Washoy. Got a little baited in there by the Monty with one more at the window, and he loses his life for it.
Yeah, pretty classic over-aggress there. Well punished by CAG, leveraging the Monty. Just over 60 seconds on the clock. Kennel's open, Rafters under some pressure. We'll see if Fishlight can sustain this, but an overpeak on the breach, and DD Man, who's looked sharp tonight, will capitalize. Advantage, CAG.
Yeah, that's my coach. DD Man he's pretty good. And they got the Capital with his Rafters clear. Rex in some trouble. Anderton just has to be quite passive, and yeah, there you go. Chibisu's got the angle. This is far more systematic from CAG. What we're watching in this round, outside of that opening kill from Washoy, is far typical to what you would see on a clubhouse attack. Rafters clear, get good pressure garage, good utility. The Monty doesn't overinvest. They punish the mistake secret. And this is why CAG are a very good team in this region, because they always have this kind of fallback to go to the fundamentals. Now, Nina, a little bit of a nice kill, but a 1v3 from here, not happening. And that's 6 on the board for CAG. That might be their best round, I think, of the game so far to get the match point.
Yeah, it was really nice. I like the Washoy punish secret. That was well executed. Anderton had influence later on in the round, taking space Rafters. DD Man punished the over-aggress from the window. And yeah, ultimately they were pretty strong on that site with its first appearance, and the beauty of CAG now, they have the ability to, as they've demonstrated, attack into both basement and cache CCTV. So there is a potential here, I think, for the game to drag if Scars can find success bottom and then replicate Jim. So we'll see how it eventuates. Sazami and Ying to be banned out. And Scars leaving it to the 11th hour to call their tactical time out to try and find a solution. Feels like an important milestone in their stage. Sitting 4th heading into the night. And a lack of points here will knock them back down into the bottom 4 with D+ having a successful evening. And as for the road forward for this Scars lineup, FearX tomorrow. That's going to be a challenging matchup. And then Trippy Main Telecom for the final play day, which should be a little more comfortable for them, but there may be a scenario in which they're looking across to that FearX match tomorrow as being what determines whether or not they can make the top 4.
Well, I'm actually, just looking ahead. So if they can beat FearX, they would go to 9 points. FearX would be on 12 points. And by beating them, you're getting the kind of double end of the round differential, right? Whether it's like, let's say 3, so they'd go from 14 to 11, and you'd go from 7 to 10. And then on the final play day, FearX then have to go play D+ Kier. That's a tough game, whereas Scars get to play Trippy Main Telecom. So then there is a world in which they both end up on the 12 points, and Scars get in on round diff. The other part of it is, D+, also if D+, technically, because D+ play FearX, if they lose, I'm going to assume they beat RX tomorrow, but if they lose to FearX, they would also remain on 12 points. So that's kind of the path forward for Scars. They didn't need a win tonight. Would have been great, but what they do need to do is obviously beat FearX and then beat Trippy Main Telecom. Achieve that, and it's guaranteed that one of FearX or one of D+ will be on 12 points. But right now, even though it's, 3-round differential on club defense is not impossible, these rounds are actually super important for the round differential. Now, you still got to go and beat FearX tomorrow night, but obviously you got to hope you can do that, and so therefore these rounds very much matter.
Now, can CAG get the job done, or is there another twist in this tale? Yukis is isolated, alive for now. Anderton unable to land the shots required elsewhere. Rack inside a garage roam position has some impact in the round. He'll be looking to probably drop oil here. There's a big amalgamation of players over towards Secret at the moment, neither wanting to give an inch of the map. I think CAG are pretty happy to wave the white flag initially here and let them have that control for now. It's probably too high risk to be taking it head on.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I think it was Scars back in the first half when they, 25 seconds left, and they just then got to that position. Well, Sharif's already there. He can maintain, he can hold. I'm surprised that Fishlight still has a Vulcan canister in pocket. I don't like that.
Oh.
Now he's dead as well. Yeah, Sharif with a double. Wow, okay. Well, to be fair, they did try to push him. I think they wanted to reclaim dirt to then place that Vulcan canister, and it's backfired completely. Sharif with 3 to open up the site. No one else, by the way, for CAG is even remotely close to dealing with site. Sharif just goes and gets 3 kills. Nina finds 1 by being top red stairs. This is a strange basement. Yuki's is like, oh my god, where is everyone? Now he gets flamed over to out from blue. He's still alive, but the barest of margins, and so is Nina. We're on the verge of collapse for Scars. The plant going down inside of Arsenal. Sharif able to open up the site to give CAG the advantage. As Yuki's falls down to Nina, Zaka to get the final kill. No more rounds acquired, unfortunately, for Scars. They did not need to win tonight. Their battle is very much tomorrow night against FearX. Must-win game for CAG. They're going to finals. They've gotten to 15 points. Lock them in.
Yeah, well done to CAG in confirming that finals position and worthy of that claim. They've had a really strong best-of-1 stage so far. And from speaking to CAG, it's sounding like their approach so far for the group stage has been pretty chilled, pretty laid back, and I guess sooner rather than later, they'll be able to turn their attention to finals and really start knuckling down and preparing for the best-of-3 format.
Well, for CAG, they're still undefeated. We've kind of touched on, of course, the schedule ahead for them. It gets a little easier tomorrow with Can You Be My Enemy and then Kinatrope for a showdown on the final play day. I mean, let's be honest, their best position going into finals, the best team. I do still think there's a challenger somewhere within this region going into the best-of-3 format and going deep into finals, whether it be the likes of FearX, Kinatrope, D+. Clearly, for me, don't know if it's going to be Scars. Scars can still somewhat control their own destiny with the result tomorrow against FearX. They have to win that game. Then, of course, they have to win their game against Superman Telecom, make up a bit of round differential. And if that happens, guys, I still think it's actually quite likely they can make top 4 because of the fact FearX play D+ on the final play day. Couple that with FearX clearly having to lose to Scars, and you're going to have at least 2 teams on 12 points. Round differential is going to play a factor, and that's what Scars are now going to be hoping for as we look back at some of the highlights.
Yeah, overall, really well executed by CAG. They had a couple of scary and sketchy moments over the course of the game, especially early on. First 3 rounds, Scars claimed 2 of them, but they were able to lock back in defensively. They rotated a couple of different ideas and compositions inside of the server, and they had just enough depth to kind of make up for any shortfall in that matchup when they appeared. So yeah, credit to CAG in being able to adapt quickly enough in that matchup. And unfortunately for Scars, certainly some moments in that particular match where they did seem to have a lack of confidence or direction. It's always challenging to tell, particularly on that attacking half. Just a couple of moments towards the tail end there, rounds 5 and 6 particularly stand out as ones where CAG dominated. And if Scars are to be a real contender, not even just for the top 4, but beyond that, I'll need to look to tidy that up and address it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go to our interview with Sparky off of the win for CAG and go and chat with him. I'm sure very happy with the result. Are you, Sparky? Are you happy with this result tonight against the Scars team, who are clearly trying to fight, try and get into finals? They're giving it their all. I thought Scars actually started quite well, so you must be happy with the way that the boys responded, went and won 4 straight after the opening 3 rounds.
Yeah, they started pretty well. I mean, we did a lot of mistakes. I think we entered the game with not the right mentality, but yeah, I mean, they played pretty well in the beginning. I think they sort of burned out towards the the end because they had maybe so much stuff prepped and they couldn't keep up with it. I don't know, but yeah, well played for them.
Now, Sparky, I guess immediately our attention starts to look to finals already. I know that your approach and your mindset over the group stage was pretty laid back, pretty hands-off. Are we expecting that to change for finals? Are you going to be more hands-on? And I guess the follow-up to that then being, when does that start? Is that like a tomorrow thing, a tonight thing, a next week thing? When do you actually start locking in for the best of 3s?
No, I mean, we're always locked in. The thing is, I'm trying to like give the guys as much freedom as possible when it comes to like timeouts, game prep, and everything. It's a mix of like adaptability, like ignoring doing game prep, and also letting them do it on their own. But yeah, in the day-to-day, of course, I just do my usual tasks, so they are used to, you know, getting coached. But I think they've improved quite a lot. We didn't really play that well today, but they're playing very well in Scream, so I'm pretty satisfied.
Following up from that point as well, have you felt like you've actually learnt more about the team this stage by having those little hands-off moments?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's a mix of that and also just time, just giving it time, because not understanding the language is like, it's a pretty big challenge for me, because, you know, not understanding the comms, but also not understanding like what they're saying in the pre-game in terms of like mentality and how the players work. It really helped me like being at LAN, because I could see like also like the way they behave physically, you know, just and how they spoke to each other, so I could understand a bit more. But I think it's just a matter of time, and also probably a fact of maybe getting someone on board, which I'm looking at doing in the next few months, who can speak the language and be an assistant coach. The problem is there's a very small pool of like good, knowledgeable people that speak Japanese, so I'm finding it a bit challenging. Yeah, it's probably time, and yeah, also this hands-off approach probably helped me a lot.
Oh, well, won't hold you too long, Sparky. Thanks for obviously coming on, having a chat with us. Congratulations, of course, on locking in finals, and best of luck over the remainder of the regular part of the stage, and then certainly best of luck going into finals.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bye.
So we close out Playday 5, of course, guys. Tomorrow, Playday 6 continues, and while things get more tense now for the APAC North region, similar to kind of how things progressed for both Oceania and Asia in terms of really wrapping up Playday 5, Playday 6, as we know for both of those regions, they were able to, of course, get to a point where we then got to now one match on Playday 7 that determines it all. I kind of feel like we might be heading that way as well with FearX D+ playing each other on Playday 7, so we might go 3 for 3. Our MVP for the night, though, from our most recent game.
Yeah, Chibisu was the silent killer over the course of that best of one. I think it took until maybe rounds 4 or 5 where I kind of took note of his impact, maybe even a bit longer for you. I can't remember if it was the 6th or the 7th or whatever it was when he got up to about 13 kills, I think, at that point. He was impressive tonight. 15 and 5 ultimately in the end. Huge EPS, big impact. Cost was equal highest with DD and Anaton as well. So yeah, he played a really pivotal role for the team, and certainly a big stat boost for him heading into the night. Important to note that he was the second rated player in APAC North. And so I guess it probably shouldn't come as too much of a huge surprise that, again, he's put in a good effort today.
Yeah, certainly in a game where I think CAG were rightfully challenged as well. So let's go recap the schedule for tonight. It started off quite fast. We were able to get a little speedy to begin with, and well, technically throughout the entire night. 7-0, D+ completely wiped the floor with Can You Be My Enemy? And that's not just a 7-0. That was a 7-0 where 6 of those 7 rounds were either 4 alive or flawless, except for a single round, which was a 1v1, funnily enough. And then 7-1, FearX tried their best impression too, really dominant over TMT. Kinatrip Gaming versus RRX. Kinatrip with a little bit of trolling, and Okamesh proving that it might have just been a one-off. He had some fun. And Scars certainly challenged CAG to begin with, but they fell off as the game progressed. We'll go to the standings now after the 5 play days, and CAG atop. They are locked in, guys. They go into finals.
Yeah, but that battle's still very much raging for FearX, D+, Kia, Scars, and even by extension, Kinotrope as well, right? And whilst they all have varying difficulties of run home, and you can see the schedule for your own insight on that. Some teams do have a slightly better advantage when it comes to the ease of opponents going forward, but I don't think that's going to be a guarantee. Sure, we didn't see any upsets tonight. It very much played out in an expected fashion. I still can't help but shake the feeling that this region, in the final couple of play days, is going to throw a curveball, and unfortunately, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that curveball. Missing out on top 4 would be devastating.
I know that, yeah, you said we didn't have any tonight, but I feel like we haven't really had many upsets at all so far at this stage. Let's go and check in with CNL as well, guys. We kind of did a highlight on them the other night, and we're going to kind of follow up as well. These are the games that have been actually playing today. Now, of course, they're in best of threes, and currently one is actually still ongoing.
Yeah, Micro and Titan, a close 3-mapper. The other 2 only requiring the 2 maps so far. And in terms of CNL, slightly different playoffs format. Won't get too much into the nitty-gritty, but Edward Gaming, All Gamers, Tai Lu, all locked top 3. Huge orgs, some big notable players in those particular teams, and it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise that they have locked in their spots. And as an additional note, Edward Gaming have the perfect clean record so far, and across 12 maps. Guess what their round differential is if you had to take a punt? 12 maps, they haven't lost a single map. How good is their round diff?
As in, I'll give you a plus 12 maps, or let's say plus 38.
Yeah, try again. 51. So they have been super dominant so far, and could be an intriguing storyline come EWC if they go on to call.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, so before we close, just a reminder, North America League is going to be in a few hours' time. 5? Oh, on the dot. 5. Wow, there you go. 5 hours' time. North America League will be beginning, so I don't know what to tell you. Certainly don't stick around for too long, because you're going to be waiting for 5 hours, but maybe put a timer on or something and come back and certainly go watch a very strong region that continues to improve, certainly based off a lot of the international events too.
Yeah, NA has become a bit of a workhorse overseas. Their domestic league has always been strong. The question mark really is going to be, can they go on and win a hammer again, because it's been quite some time, but that's a long way on the distant horizon for now.
Absolutely. Well, we're done for Playday 5 here for APAC North. Thank you everyone for tuning in tonight. Playday 6 tomorrow continues on, and as we saw with Asia and O's, we know that things are getting tense tomorrow too for APAC North. Be sure to tune in tomorrow.